Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to our Caribbean Girls in ICT Hackathon Day. And it is a lovely day. And this morning, my name is Cindy Ramnarayan. I'm principal at Bishop's High School in Tobago. And I have the distinct pleasure of welcoming our first presenter for the day, Mrs. Cynthia Reddock Downs. And Mrs. Reddock Downs is the Chief Executive Officer of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Ms. Reddock Downs, thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to an inspiring presentation from you. So all to you, let us warmly welcome Mrs. Reddock Downs. Ms. Reddock Downs, please check your mic.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramnarayan. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be here today with so many young people on this Girls in ICT Day sort of presentation. And this morning, what I thought I would do is give a little information about what we do here at the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, because some people may know and others may not. And after that, I'll give you a little bit of information about myself. So at this stage, I'll share my screen. Okay. Right. So I'll start off first of all with the mandate of the authority, what we do here, what we think of our key achievements, what are the key areas of focus for the authority, and a little bit about me. So this is a sort of a screen with a lot of information on it. So I'll just take you through in a minute or so. So the authority was founded in 2004. It was started in 2004 by an act of parliament. And we had certain things that we were asked to do. One of them was to create an open market for telecommunications. And that's because at that time, the only telecommunications provider was TSTT. Then we were asked to ensure that there was an orderly development of the industry, protect and promote the public interest, facilitate universal service on access to telecommunications, meaning that everybody was meant to have access to telecommunications, encourage investment in telecommunications, and regulate broadcasting services. So these were all the things that TAT was asked to do by an act of parliament in 2004. And in doing that, what we have two types of authorization. We have what we call a concession and a license. And a concession is about providing services to the public. So the people who have concessions would be people like TSTT, Digicel, Flow, Green Dot, and all the radio stations, television stations as well. And that is because they provide a service to the public. And because you're providing a service to the public, we expect it to meet certain criteria and standards. And those are outlined in the concessions. And then on the other hand, we also grant licenses, and those licenses are for the use of spectrum, which is a resource that's available. And that resource is what enables us to use the services that we have. So for example, we would have licenses to operate certain types of equipment, radio communications equipment. And in fact, more lately, we also have to look at certifying equipment for use in Trinidad and Tobago, including things like drones. Okay, so we have two types of authorization: concessions, where you have to provide services to the public, and licenses to use spectrum. And because we were given that mandate back in 2004 to open up the market, I thought I'd tell you, what we've done so far. So, for example, now we have 6 providers of fixed voice services. We have 2 mobile providers, as you know. We have 11 internet service providers. We have 8 providers of international services. We have 13 subscription television providers. We have 36 free-to-air radio stations. We have 5 free-to-air television stations. And when I say free-to-air, it means they're available nationally without any need for payment by persons. That's the distinction, certainly for the public. And we have 10 providers of television services via cable. And how is the authority funded? How are we able to do our work? And we are considered an independent statutory agency, and we don't at the moment receive subventions from the government. We are funded by the collection of license and concession fees. We have our budgets approved by the minister, and any surplus revenue we have at the end of each year is deposited in the consolidated fund. So these are what we think we've dealt with as well. We've opened the mobile market in 2005, the internet in 2007, the fixed market in 2007, and international in 2005, subscription TV in 2006, and free-to-air broadcasting around that same time. And then in addition to that, we provided a new radio station to Tobago in 2012. So in liberating the market, we have found that over the years, subscriptions have grown and so on. And I thought I would show you what has happened over the years with regard to mobile subscriptions, particularly in the mobile market. So if you could have a look at the graphs, you can see how we've moved over the years up until 2021. So that's the most recent information that we actually have. And it would be interesting to note that the subscriptions have continued to move on, particularly in the mobile market. Then I'm also showing you the internet subscriptions and the amount of persons that are actually now using the internet up until 2021. Remember, it was the authorities' responsibility to liberalize the market, meaning that we had to bring several other service providers into the market and therefore give choice to consumers and customers generally in Trinidad and Tobago. So we are fairly proud of what we've done with regard to the internet and the amount of internet usage over the years. The subscription television market. On this slide, you can also see the subscription television movement over the years. And the fixed voice. The fixed voice market, as you know, in the early days would have been the most popular, perhaps the most popular and prevalent service that was used. But of course, over the years, the internet has become, much more in use than the fixed voice, perhaps. Most of us still have telephones at home and in our businesses and fixed voice, but we also now have mobile phones. And the mobile phone is more pervasive because it's, it's available to each individual. And so the fixed voice remained at homes and in businesses. So this is an idea of the movement of the fixed voice service over the years. And these are the things that we think we've done in addition to that. So we have mobile providers, we have fixed providers, we have provided the radio station in Tobago, and we are in the process of coming up with a second landing station. And I should explain that currently all the cables, all the international cables that come to Trinidad and Tobago actually land at one point. And what we're trying to do is to find an alternative landing station, to provide an alternative station to provide redundancy so that we don't have all one single point of weakness. So that's important for us. And over the years, we've also hosted a number of sessions. For example, we've had ICT Open Forum, we've had an annual World Telecommunications and Information Society Day Forum. We've had annual Girls in ICT events, workshops, and so on. As a matter of fact, we have one coming up on Saturday. And then we also host annual forum for broadcasters. And very important to us as well has been what we call our TT Wi-Fi program. And what that is that it's a government initiative where we are supposed to provide Wi-Fi to persons who are in public spaces. And what is provided is 2 one-hour sessions where you can access all sorts of services on your mobile device. And so far, we've provided the 47 schools in Trinidad and Tobago. Many of the other schools would have had services already, and we've provided for those that did not have services. We've provided for 16 libraries in Trinidad and Tobago, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, we've provided to COVID-19 hospitals. We've provided to 10 transportation hubs like Citygate and the San Fernando bus station, the inter-island ferry terminals, and so on. And we're about to start health centers between May and June of this year. So we're quite happy about what we've done there. We also have a project for persons with disabilities, and that project provides a subsidy to persons with disabilities to enable them to purchase a mobile phone. Now, we don't provide 100%, we provide a subsidy of up to $600, and you can use that towards the purchase of a mobile device. And you can do that if you are a person with disabilities in receipt of a disability grant from the Ministry of Social Development. And we've given out 100 of those grants so far. Devices. Most of you may be aware that the authority provided 10,000 devices with connectivity for students of public schools throughout Trinidad and Tobago, particularly primary schools. And we're very pleased about that initiative because it assisted students to be able to continue to be online and to continue to receive their education during the COVID-19 pandemic. And we've provided that connectivity up until most recently. And the fact that children have gone back to school, you know, they may have to, we may have to make changes to that system. But right now, we've provided that connectivity and the devices to students. Now, things that we are thinking about as an authority, and these will be familiar to you, would be OTTs, you know, like Facebook and WhatsApp and Netflix. You might notice that some of these provide services just like television and radio and all these other things. So what do we do about them? We also working on things like illicit streaming devices, and you may remember that, you know, there was a publication by the authority on Android boxes. So those are some of the things that we are looking at now. And then 5G. We've all heard about 5G, and there are other emerging technologies, and that is another area that the authority will focus on. We also have been doing work on digital inclusion because, again, as I mentioned earlier, the authority's responsibility is to provide services and connectivity and access throughout Trinidad and Tobago. So we've recently completed a digital inclusion survey, and one of our major responsibilities will be about how we close the digital divide. It's about how we make sure everybody has access to services, telecommunication services. Then we are looking at a digital skills project for students to enable us to be able to compete. And then we're also doing internships for broadcast engineers. And we are looking right now at bursaries for tertiary students. So in this way, we think we are actually promoting telecommunications and broadcasting in Trinidad and Tobago and making sure that the society, young people in particular, are prepared and can compete with others, not just nationally, but globally. So, about me, just a little bit, in case you were interested. So I am a wife and mother with 2 children. As a matter of fact, my daughter is very much into the social media area. She has her own channel and so on YouTube. So it will be, so I not only do I see it in terms of my work, but my children also, are actively involved. I've worked in the telecommunications sector from the age of 19, and as a result, I think I have a very good background and understanding of the industry, not only from the position of a regulator, but also because I worked for many years in the operating environment in the telephone company, and which eventually became TSTT and so on. So I have a very long history in telecoms. I started at the authority at TAT in 2004 when it was initiated. And so I also have worked in the industry as a regulator for many, many years. And I'm a qualified accountant and a University of the West Indies graduate. I also trained in telecommunications regulation. And I have been involved with the International Telecommunications Union, which is the United Nations body for telecommunications and broadcasting and ICTs generally, of which Trinidad and Tobago is a member, and they set standards for how we operate as countries. And so I've been involved with that body, particularly relating to one study group and a regional group for Latin America and the Caribbean. So that's me. And I'd just like to say that I have certainly enjoyed my time in the telecommunications and broadcasting industry as a woman, as a female in an industry that tended to be male dominated. I have had an excellent time so far. I have been well respected and received by my male colleagues and also by staff at the authority. And I think that, a young person coming up today, this is a very good area in which to focus. It's an excellent area for future development because, as you can see, ICTs are increasingly significant now, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but globally. And so, an interest and a continuing interest in this area, I think would be excellent for young people and for young women who are now looking at careers and development, and even being an entrepreneur in this area, deciding to open your own business, a small or medium-sized business. So in closing, I will just say, enjoy the rest of the morning's presentations, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Reddock Downs, for, I think, that comprehensive presentation explaining what TAT does. So we've all heard of TAT on the television. Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago is what it stands for. And for helping, us or children to really have an appreciation of what this regulatory body does. And I really appreciated that you shared a bit about your history and how you came to be in this space, and to help our children to understand as well the value that you add to our society and our community, even in protecting us, I would really like to invite any of our participants, if you have any questions for Ms. Reddock Downs, if you would like to ask any question, this is your opportunity. We may not always have Ms. Reddock Downs with us, so if you have any questions, please ask now. And maybe while some of our students might be thinking about what questions they would like to ask, students, have all the courage, there's no wrong question. There's never a wrong question. So I'm going to ask my own question. I myself might think this might be a silly question. I don't know. But in terms of internet, because that's the biggest thing for us, everybody wants to use the internet wherever they are, and to have access to internet. is this something that you think in the future is going to be available to all persons? I don't know how it goes with cost. Is it something that is in the vision to have available free across the country, or how does it work?
Okay, very good question. The authority has a responsibility to make sure that everyone has access to internet. And, you know, right now, a large proportion of Trinidad and Tobago, as you could see from the statistics that I presented earlier, have internet available. Over 80% of households have internet at home. And then in addition to that, about 56% of persons who have mobile phones actually use the internet on a regular basis. And so, you know, in terms of usage for Trinidad and Tobago, that is not, you know, too bad. However, we do have, and we found this out during the the early stages of the pandemic, we do have many households and many young persons and students and so on who do not have access. And it's the authority's responsibility to make sure that as many citizens and residents of Trinidad and Tobago are connected. So we are trying to do this in different ways. So for instance, like I spoke about TT Wi-Fi, which is when you are actually out and about, but we also have broadband projects, meaning that projects to bring internet to areas that are underserved or unserved. So we have specific areas, like for instance, we have a project coming up very shortly in Tobago, where we plan to bring broadband to the area of to the parish of St. John, places like Palatuve and Lansfome and so on. So that's one way in which we are assisting as well. If it can be free, well, internet is a commercial, we have service providers that are commercial service providers, although we do monitor rates and things like that. But at this current time, it would not be free, but it would be, what we are trying to do is to make sure that the amounts that are charged, the cost of the internet to the household or to the individual are controlled, meaning that our operators are able to make a reasonable profit. And for those persons who cannot afford, then we try to bring relief either through government type initiatives or TAP type initiatives. I hope that answers the question.
Yes. I just wanted to put that one out there about, everybody looks for free internet. And I like that you talked about the Wi-Fi services and availability in different places, well, with limited amount of time. I didn't hear you mention airport though, but I think that's another space where it's available. Is the same?
Yes, the airport is currently covered. However, they cover that themselves. So the airports authority would cover the airport themselves.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Right.
But we will be bringing it to all health centers, that's TT Wi-Fi, health centers and health institutions within the year.
Lovely. So I know everybody is looking forward to that, of course. So students and all participants this morning, thank you so much. I don't know if anybody had any questions. I haven't heard anybody or seen a hand go up. So I hope that we've all appreciated and enjoyed. I certainly have enjoyed your presentation, Mrs. Reddock Downs, and I thank you so much for being here. So I know our time is about up, and I will now hand back over to our tech persons who will take us into the next presentation.
Thank you for having me.
Have a beautiful day, everyone. And thank you for being here.
Hi, Miss. Good morning. We are currently live, so you could go ahead and introduce our next speaker.
Good morning to our viewing public, as well as our audience today. Please join with me at this time as we welcome Mr. Rodney Taylor. Just a bit about Mr. Taylor. He's a national of Barbados. He was appointed as the Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union from March 1st, 2021. Mr. Taylor has over 20 years of professional experience, including Management of Information Systems Unit in Barbados, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and its overseas missions. He also previously served between 2010 and 2014 as the Business Development and Operations Manager at the CTU, where he worked with regional governments in the development of policies to govern information and communications technology. He was formerly the Chief Digital Technology Officer with Barbados Ministry of Innovation, Science and Smart Technology, where he was the technical lead on Barbados digital transformation, improving public sector service delivery through strategic use of innovation, science, and smart technology. Mr. Taylor, we welcome you. I will hand over to you, just for you to give, tell us a little bit, apart from the bio that we have, just tell us a little bit, a little more in-depth information about your organization and what you all do.
Good morning, Alicia, and good morning to all of our online participants. It is an honor to speak to you today. From my hotel room in Miami, I'm heading back to Trinidad and Tobago this evening. So I'm just really waiting just doing some work here, getting ready to return to Trinidad and Tobago, where the CTU is based. It's headquartered in Trinidad. It was established in 1989 by the CARICOM heads of government with a mandate to harmonize the telecommunications policy and regulation within the CARICOM member states. And so the CTU at the highest level is made up of the General Conference of Ministers, and under that, the Executive Council, which is made up of the permanent secretaries and chief technical advisors to the ministers. Now, I will say that unfortunately, I do have a hard stop, and therefore I just have about 10 minutes. I would certainly welcome questions and love the interaction. But the CTU is actually hosting a Girls in ICT event today with the support, or in collaboration with Restore Sense of ICANN and Raj Ramdas. And we have several hundred students from around the region already signed up, and I'm giving remarks there too, but I'm happy to give greetings here on behalf of the CTU. The CTU actually, the longest serving Secretary General of the CTU is Bernadette Lewis for 17 years. And I worked with her. She was my boss for 4 years. She was my mentor as well. I learned quite a bit from her, and I developed significantly as a professional. And she's now gone on. She was the first female Secretary General of the CTU and the longest serving. And she transformed the organization, frankly, and she has garnered a great deal of respect internationally. She is a national of Trinidad and Tobago. She's gone on also to become the first female Secretary General of the Commonwealth Telecoms Organization. And I wish her well. I communicate with her quite often. And I saw the previous presenter, Ms. Cynthia Reddock-Down, CEO of TACT, who is doing a tremendous job as well. So for me, the whole discussion about girls in ICT, I welcome the day when we wouldn't even have the discussion, because it's so obvious that women are making tremendous contributions in the field of technology, in the field of science and technology, mathematics, and so on. And in my own career, I've had many women bosses. I worked in my very early career as an immigration officer, and then I transitioned to technology, the field of technology, as the first IT manager for the organization. I hope you can hear me. I'm getting a little message here about my internet connection in the hotel. Okay, right. And the chief immigration officer back then was a female. Again, to this day, we communicate, mentor, very open-minded, very progressive. And then I went to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where I worked at all of the overseas missions from Europe, North and South America, and Asia. We had an embassy in Beijing. And the permanent secretary was a female, and again, progressive, forward-thinking, professional. And so for me, I totally get it and understand. And I'm, quite disheartened when I see in other societies where women are, or in particular girls, are kept back from an education, or not allowed to do certain courses and what's not. So I'm happy that we in the Caribbean are, in a sense, much more progressive and are providing opportunities for women. I am a national of Barbados. I worked also very closely with Prime Minister Motley, who is first female Prime Minister of Barbados, and is emerging as a global leader on many issues, including climate change, and financing for climate change, and so on. So I'll stop there because I see the time is running, and I welcome any questions from you or from the participants, but I just wanted to lend my support to RSC, and happy to share my own experience with respect to working with women and the tremendous value that they bring to the table.
And indeed, Mr. Taylor, we do welcome, your contributions. So as we celebrate girls in ICT as well as boys who support them, we recognize that part of your portfolio is advising governments as it relates to internet governance. Since the pandemic, can you, identify like one major challenge that you all would have experienced, and how did you all chart the way forward, and what advice can you give, to our viewing girls and boys in secondary school at this time?
Wow, technology was brought to the forefront. If it wasn't at the forefront before, it certainly was, given an extra boost for the pandemic, because many of our governments, many of our countries, member states, depend on tourism, for example. Not all of them, but the majority of our Caribbean islands depend heavily on tourism, and the pandemic curtailed travel. And of course, when the tourists come to the region, it's not just staying in the hotels, they support a number of other businesses, the restaurants, the entertainment industry, car rentals, and so on. So our economy suffered greatly. But technology was able to facilitate a different type of tourism. Many of our member states, at least 9 of them, introduced programs that allowed persons living in North America, in Canada, USA, in Europe, and indeed anywhere in the world, to come. And I remember there was in particular someone who came from Hong Kong to work in Barbados and to work in the other Caribbean countries, because you're working from home. And if you're working from home, rather than pay $2,000 for a small flat in Manhattan or London, you can pay the same amount and stay by a beach front property with a good internet connection, and be much happier. And so we provided support in implementing the online system that allowed for those applications to be processed and approved. We also supported even the entry into the country through the online ED form. So we dispense in Barbados in particular, dispense with the ED entry departure form. I know Trinidad and Tobago also moved to an online travel form to facilitate the entry of persons coming in. And that allowed, of course, you to upload your COVID test, upload your vaccination certificates, and yeah, so technology really supported governments in this pandemic, and we believe that it will help the governments move forward, because really everything right now depends on technology. So I hope that answers your question. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can. I suspect that we may have just a little internet issue there. So I am just supporting Mrs. Lucienne Batiste and just
Okay.
engaging you, yes, in the presentation.
I am
Okay.
back, Ms. James. So
Thank you.
I thank you, Ms. James. All right. Do we have any questions at this time from our viewing audience?
No, we won't. So you could just dialogue with him and then we can wrap up.
Yeah, I do have to go join the other session for CTU's Girls in ICT. But again, thanks for the opportunity. I'll be here to support RC. Definitely, prepared to share my experience with girls in Trinidad and Tobago in the region. And the world is yours. There are no limitations on what you can do based on the fact that you are a girl. So you have my support, and I really wish you well. And I hope that the other sessions today, are enjoyable and help in terms of your own development and opening your thinking in terms of the world of possibilities. Thank you very much for the opportunity today.
Mr. Taylor, on behalf of the RSC as well as the CAPS, we do want to extend our gratitude and appreciation for your contribution today toward
All right, so we do have some connectivity issues. So Mr. Taylor, thank you very much. Ms. Lucienne Batiste would have come to the end of her session. So all the best in your presentation to the students. Thank you and blessings to you in your endeavors as well.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, at this time, we would move to another presentation. And that presentation I would do, Ms. Lucienne Batiste, thank you very much. A little adjustment there. And we're gonna have a coach coming in, Anselm LeBon. He worked on Wall Street for 23 years and holds an MBA in finance. He is a track and field professional, celebrated by his induction and selection into the USATF Hall of Fame. In that field, he was actually someone who had so many multiple awards for distance events and has the distinction of being the only person 52 years and older who has run the 800 meters in under 1.59 minutes. That's under 2 minutes. He uses his talents both on and off this track to support the learning of young people, teaching them how to develop the right attitudes, skill sets, and would lead to lifelong learning and success. So Mr. LeBon, coach, welcome. Please join us. So you can join us all the way from New Jersey.
Yes, all the way from New Jersey. Let me say a special thank you to Shara and a special thank you to all those who invited me. I really appreciate it, and thanks for the introduction. Of course, you just want me to continue, right? I could just continue.
Yes, please. We want to hear from you all the things that you've done to support young people. This is a young people's platform, ICT Girls. Let us hear your contributions. All over to you, sir.
Okay, so I am originally from Trinidad and Tobago. I grew up in Chumacac, Lavantel. Many people who are from Trinidad may know of Chumacac, or they may not. So Chumacac is a very small community in Lavantel, and for the first 18 years of my life, I grew up in Chumacac, Lavantel, and I had a saying that in Chumacac we were so poor they dropped the OR. We were just poor, P-O, because we couldn't afford the whole word. But that never stopped me from trying to be the best that I can be. So growing up a lot of years in Lavantel, my mother worked URP. If anyone knows about URP in Trinidad and Tobago today, URP was something similar to CPEP in that my mother was a water carrier in URP, and she mined her 5 kids, including myself and my 4 other siblings. So it was never easy for her, but she always worked hard, and always inspired us to be the best that we can be. And in 1975, my mother left Chumaka Claventil to come to the United States to try to find a better life, for her, 5 kids. And in 1977, absolutely, actually, on Independence Day, United States Independence Day, we left Chumaka Claventil. Myself and my other 3 siblings, my other, sister, she had passed away. So then it was just 4 of us. And we came to the United States of America, and we landed in John F. Kennedy Airport in Queens with our 1 suitcase, and our pockets with quite a few holes in it. But my brother was a tailor, so we had a nice suit. At least we had a very outstanding suit, and I had attended Tranquility Government Secondary Schools in Trinidad for 2 years, from 1975 to 1977, and I graduated. So when I came to the United States of America, I had to decide, what am I going to do with my life now? I'm in this big country, I'm here in the United States of America. What am I going to do? Because I'm a runner. Yes, I'm a runner, but I wasn't good enough in order to get an athletic scholarship. So on my own, at 18 years of age, I decided I was going to go back to high school for 1 year and try to get an athletic scholarship, because that's the only way I would be able to attend college. And my mother, again, she was working hard, trying to take care of her 4 kids. We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment, the 4 of us in 1 bedroom and my mother in the other bedroom. The same way in Chumaka Claventil too, it was a 2-bedroom apartment, my mother in 1 bedroom and the 5 of us in the other bedroom. And we came to America, and as an 18-year-old now, I have to decide, and son, what are you going to do with your life now? Right? You graduated from Tranquility Government Secondary School. You have to do something. So as I said, I decided to go back to high school for 1 year. And my ultimate goal was to get an athletic scholarship, because that's the only way I could get to go to college, because my mother couldn't even afford a half a credit in order for me to go to college. So from 1977, let me back up a little bit. I really want to say this. How I get to go to the school that I went to, which is Boys and Girls High School in Brooklyn, New York, right? I was kind of zoned for a different area, but I did some research and I figured that Boys and Girls High School, which was on Fulton Street in Bedford-Stuyvesant, was the best school that I can go to in order to give me an opportunity to get a scholarship. Because I was already okay with academics. My academics was fine. I just now had to kind of hone my skills from a track and field perspective. So I ended up doing the summer. I met the coach of Boys and Girls High School, and we kind of worked things out, and I ended up going to Boys and Girls High School. All right, and in that 1 year, I went from being just a regular track and field runner to a runner now that schools were sending a lot of letters to in order for me to attend those schools on track and field scholarship. So I was elated, I was ecstatic. Here is this little guy from Chumaka Claventil, now being the first one in his family, having an opportunity to go to college. So, things started to work out real well, and I started to get scholarship offers. I got a scholarship offer from Eastern Michigan, right? And I asked one of my teammates, I said, how cold is it in Michigan? The guy told me, well, it gets to like 10 degrees below zero. I said, 10 degrees below zero. I said, I never know the temperature will go below zero. I'm from Trinidad. On a great day, the temperature drops from like 90 degrees to 85 degrees. And that was about it. So I kind of crossed off Eastern Michigan, off, the schools I wanted to get a scholarship to. Now think about this, right? I'm a guy who's trying to get a scholarship, but I'm crossing off schools, right? Because if I go there, I want to be sure that I can graduate, and there were not outside factors that's going to have a negative effect on what I was trying to accomplish. But anyway, there was a kid in our school. He was one of the best 400-meter runners in the country, and the coach at Seton Hall University wanted him. And my high school coach said to him, well, if you want this kid, you got to take Ansem LeBron. And I was like, I'm fine with that, because Seton Hall University is in New Jersey. I'm going to talk about Seton Hall University a little more because I'm currently a professor there for the past 6 years, teaching global business, organizational behavior, and principles of business management. So, the coach had to make a decision. If you want this guy, you got to take Anselm LeBourne. So, he says, okay, I'm going to take Anselm LeBourne, and maybe after, 1 year, I'm going to get rid of him, because he's really not that good anyway. But he didn't understand that I was the first one, and I am going to be the first one in my family to go to college and to get a college degree. So I had a quote, even growing up in Chumakak Laventille, it says, your circumstances may determine who you are, but you are responsible for who you become. And I want many of you who are listening to me today to write that down, because that can go very far in your life, in many things that you do. Your circumstances may determine who you are, but you are responsible for who you become. I look at my circumstances in Chumakak Laventille, and I could make a lot of excuses. I could make excuses that we are just in a 2-bedroom apartment. There's 5 of us in one room. My mother is a single parent. I never made those excuses. I always find a way to do the things that I needed to do. And another quote that I think is very important, and you could apply this to your life as well. It says, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. Hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. So going back to Boys and Girls High School, I wasn't the most talented person. All the people always tell me, well, Anselm, you have a lot of talent. I wasn't the most talented person, but no one would outwork me. No, absolutely no one. No one would outwork me. So I got to Seton Hall in 1978 after being in this country for only 1 year. And on the first day of practice, the coach said to me, he says, Anselm, what's your major? I said, I'm a business major. What is your specialty? I said, I'm going to major in accounting. He said to me, he says, Anselm, do you sure you want to major in that? And in my mind, I asked myself, well, why is he telling me that? Does he don't think I have the talent and the abilities in order to be a business major? So I put that into the back of my head and I said, you know what? I'm not going to make anyone decide whether I'm going to be a success or a failure. I'm going to make that decision myself. So what I'm saying to you who are listening to that, never make other people decide whether you're going to be a success or whether you're going to be a failure. You make that decision yourself. Shara, you wanted to say something?
No, I'm just encouraging you because we don't have all the time, and your story is so enthralling that I feel we needed an hour with you. But we have just about 2 more minutes. So I'm asking let powerful Wall Street quote with us, because I know that's where you went.
Right, so right. Time goes so quick sometimes, and I run my mouth so much. I run my mouth so much. But anyway, let me go from Boys and Girls High School. I went to Seton Hall. I attended Seton Hall for 4 years, from 1970 to 1982. I graduated. I went on to get my MBA, and then I worked 23 years on Wall Street. It was unbelievable. And then I came back to Seton Hall about 6 years ago. And I'm currently, as I said, a professor in the management school teaching organizational behavior, principles of business management, and global business. And one other thing I like to add is that, in my career for men's 40 and over track and field, I've established 20 world records. So 20 times in the history of the world, Anselm LeBourne, a little boy from Chumakak Laventille, was the first person to have done something 20 times. So as I said, your circumstances may determine who you are, but you're responsible for you become. And hard work beats talent when talent does not work out. I want to recommend 2 books to everyone. The first book is called The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. And the second book is called The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. David Schwartz. Shara, I want to thank you so much. It's a pleasure. And I'm just happy to be here to inspire those for a better tomorrow.
If you could not have the resources to spell the word poor, and that's from where you came, all I can say at this stage is congratulations and thanks for sharing. I hope our young people take those quotes away, the kinds of tenets by which you've lived that has brought you this kind of acclaim and success. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shara. I really appreciate it.
Continue to run the race, and we'll talk behind the scenes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker, Miss Rogers, Miss Rose Rogers. Miss Rose Rogers is the Assistant Public Affairs Officer for the U.S. Embassy Port of Spain. Prior to joining the U.S. Department of State in 2021, Miss Rogers supported the U.S. Navy as an analyst in the China Studies Division at the Center for Naval Analyses. Ms. Rogers holds an MA in Non-Proliferation and Terrorism Studies from the Middlebury Institute of International Studies and a BA in Peace, War, and Defense from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. We're pleased to have Ms. Rogers with us this morning. I also should have introduced myself. My name is Heidi Curry. I am the chair of the Belize Association of Principals of Secondary Schools and the principal of Ocean Academy High School in Belize. And Ms. Rogers, we're so happy to have you here this morning, and I'm pleased to pass over the microphone to you now.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. And good morning, everyone out there watching. I hear there's quite a viewership out there. I'm so pleased to hear the turnout for this. I'm honored to bring greetings on behalf of the U.S. Embassy Port of Spain to this virtual Caribbean Girls in ICT Day and the Boys Who Support Them celebration. Today, the fourth Thursday in April, marks International Girls in ICT Day. And this day is intended to draw attention to the critical need for more girls and women in the ICT sector. With technology playing a role in all kinds of careers, including the Foreign Service, from art, history, law, it is important that young women and girls are encouraged and set up for success and economic independence. We know all too often that young girls are steered away from math, from STEM, from engineering, from all of the range of science topics. And it may not always be a deliberate act of discrimination, and sometimes subtle, these unconscious biases that get built into our societies. But in the end, the effect is just the same. There are less women often further on in the academic career in STEM. And this isn't just preventing girls from entering these fields, but it's also limiting future opportunities in different career paths. And so today is in part about showing girls in Trinidad and Tobago and across the whole Caribbean and the world that every single path that you want to pursue is open to you and that nothing is beyond your reach. If you want to pursue a career in science, in engineering, in any kind of technology, coding, programming, that is at your fingertips. And at the U.S. Embassy, we're committed to being full partners in this effort. We're constantly looking for new ways to encourage girls and women to pursue opportunities in science, technology, engineering, and math. And we're proud of the many programs that we help to support and further this goal. I'm not going to go into too much detail on all of the programs that we offer at the U.S. Embassy, but I do want to mention a few, and I encourage you. We had a breakout session with our education and cultural affairs specialists, and they provided a really excellent overview of all of the programs that we offer at our U.S. Embassy, and many embassies across the Caribbean will offer similar ones. I encourage you to review that recording to see what our options are available to you if you're interested in pursuing either your academic career or developing entrepreneurship. Maybe you want to pursue a business program and entrepreneur and build that entrepreneurial skill set. So some of the programs that we have, there's of course our trademark and very kind of bedrock of our exchange programs is the Fulbright Exchange. The Fulbright Scholarship offers opportunities for you to pursue a master's degree in any field, including in STEM fields in the United States. And that it's a highly competitive, very selective process. The applications open up annually, and we do encourage you, please do apply. Find a project, a host institution, and submit an application. That is an excellent way. Every single person I've known who's done a Fulbright has come back and said it was a life-altering experience. We also have our Education USA program, which is an advising program for anyone who is considering study abroad in the United States. So it aims to promote any education at an accredited university in the US. If you want information on how to study abroad, how to participate in a co-op, if you're looking to figure out how to take the SATs, we can help with our Education USA advising program. So we have a specific advisor who who will walk you through those processes. The Young Leaders of America initiative. This fellowship program empowers emerging entrepreneurs in the Western Hemisphere to enable the full economic potential of this region's citizens. For Trinidad and Tobago, we normally get 6 to 7 slots allocated to us. And this program is, again, a very amazing exchange opportunity where young entrepreneurs, it is a little bit older of age group, so 25 to 45 for the Young Leaders of America's initiative, but you need a little bit of that entrepreneurial skills, a little bit of that business growth, but you're then allowed to grow that business on entrepreneurial mindset by attending counterparts and workshops in the United States. And it is, again, a wonderful program. I encourage you all to look it up. For youth, we have our Youth Ambassadors program, which brings together high school students and mentors from across the entire Western Hemisphere for another exchange program. So this is more geared for a younger age group. This is 15 to 19 for this age group. And it's really meant for youth who want to make a difference in their communities. And last but not least, I will mention, and again, I can mention more. We have so many different opportunities, but the last one I will touch on today in my remarks is the Academy of Women Entrepreneurs. The Academy of Women Entrepreneurs, or AWE, gives enterprising young women the knowledge, networks, and access to launch and scale successful businesses. It encourages women to promote their own businesses and ensures that they have the capabilities to do so. It equips them with the necessary networks, knowledge to participate in the local economy, to grow, and you develop through a set curriculum as part of a cohort. And so I highly recommend this program as well for any women entrepreneurs. Maybe you're interested, and that one is ages 17 and up for application. So again, I could go on and on about all the various programs that we have, but I do encourage you, follow us on our social media to learn about these. It is our mission to help empower young women, girls, and of course the boys and young men who support them in developing an interest and furthering those academic careers in science, education, science, math, technology, engineering. And I can't express enough how important it is to continue furthering in growing yourself. I would never be where I was now had I not taken part in my own exchange program. I participated in a State Department funded scholarship myself, the Critical Language Scholarship, when I was a student. And that really changed the trajectory of my life. I decided from that point on that I knew what I wanted to do and work in the field of public diplomacy and working in abroad representing the US government. And so you never know how a program like these can just completely alter the trajectory of your life. So I really do encourage you all to look into the various programs we have to offer. And I am excited to bring these programs to you today to promote the International Girls in ICT Day.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rogers, for those inspiring words. I share history with you in the sense that when I was 17, I studied abroad as a little girl from Texas. I studied abroad in Costa Rica, and it changed the trajectory of my future and all of my thoughts about the world, and was in part why I'm here living most of my adult life in Belize. So what words of advice would you have for students who are listening and wondering, gosh, those sound like great opportunities and they're very competitive. So in addition to grades, what kinds of things might they want to do in order to make themselves competitive for those applications?
Excellent. I'm so happy to hear that that has also been your experience. And I myself am from Tennessee, Eastern Tennessee. So I understand how important it is to have exchange programs that really bring people from across the US also abroad. So as these are highly competitive programs, but it isn't just grades that we look at. We do look holistically. And I can guarantee, I know myself when I applied for my own study abroad program, worried about this, I had a failed course on my transcript. I wasn't strong in one class and I tried my best, but unfortunately I ended up with a failing grade. And I definitely had that worry that this would prohibit me from getting into any kind of further programs. It would prohibit me from pursuing a master's degree. But ultimately, I think we learn a lot more from our failures than our successes. And I learned about how to better handle my time management. I learned better to not take on as many classes. And so it is not just looking at the grades, but it is looking at what are you involved in? How are you involved in your community? Are you an entrepreneur? Are you starting your own business? Depending on the type of program. So if it's an entrepreneurship-based program, we want to know, are you actively involved in something that is like where you're trying to sell something? It could be something maybe you're crocheting little bags and purses and selling them on the side. Maybe you're helping your school with fundraising activities. Anything that kind of shows you've got that interest can really help set you aside from candidates. And so it's looking at what are those experiences you have, but it's also looking at your essays. So making sure that you really articulate that purpose. Why do you want to go? And how is this going to help you in the future? So kind of making sure you answer those questions in your application. Think about, what is it about this program that appeals to you? Be specific too. Like say, I really do want to grow as an entrepreneur. So I would love to be part of this program to get this curriculum, to learn how to budget my business. I have tried to start a business, but I'm not succeeding in creating a solid budget. And that's an excellent reason to come and join this program. We have courses that help with that, and we help at all stages of the business level. And so I really encourage you, use the essays questions. And then once you do make it past that initial selection, there are interviews for all of these programs. The interview is a great opportunity to showcase that passion. So why is it that you want to study abroad? Why is it that you selected the US too? And so just kind of making sure you can address those questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rogers. It's been a pleasure to hear of those opportunities. I know we have many students listening that you've piqued their interest and will likely inspire them to follow one of those many doors that can open for their future. Thank you so much. And now I will pass over to our next moderator to introduce our next speaker. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Hello and good morning, everyone. Pleasant good morning. I am Ronald Mutilal, principal of Matura Secondary School from Trinidad, and it is my pleasure this morning to introduce the next presenter, Ms. Bernadette Lewis. She is the appointed Secretary General of the Commonwealth Telecommunication Organization, and she is the first female Secretary General in the 122 years history of the CTO. She is also the first female Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunication Union. In addition, she has also worked in senior position of the Caribbean Association of National Telecommunication Organization, CANTO, and the Telecommunication Services of Trinidad and Tobago. So she is bringing a wealth of experience and knowledge in the national and international ICT issues. She is passionate about ensuring Commonwealth citizens and those beyond to have affordable access and also benefit from effective use of ICT. So we'd like to welcome Ms. Bernadette Lewis to make her presentation and engage us in her discussion. Ms. Bernadette Lewis, welcome.
Thank you, Ronald. It's so good to be here. I have to say thank you to Raj Ramdas, the director of Restore a Sense of I Can, and his wife Sugan for inviting me to be part of this program. I count it a privilege to be here today on International Girls in ICT Day. Now, we live in a world where mostly men walk the corridors of power. They have the positions of leadership. They are at the forefront of major organizations, and they lead countries. And we also know that they dominate in the field of information and communication technologies. The establishment of Girls in ICT Day is a recognition that women have intellectual capacity and competence that should be equally represented in the ICT field. And it also recognizes that women must also have the opportunity to hold leadership positions, and that they too must be able to walk the corridors of power with their male counterparts. McKinsey and Company, in a study published in 2007 entitled Women Matter, demonstrated that there was a link between the presence of women in corporate management teams and companies' organizational and financial performance. The subsequent report, Women Matter 2, states, and I quote, some leadership behaviors which are more frequently applied by women than men in management teams prove to enhance the corporate performance and will be a key factor in meeting tomorrow's business challenges. Hence, promoting gender diversity and leadership variety is of strategic importance for companies. And I want to assure the young women that they have an important role to play in building organizations and developing a progressive Caribbean. And I want to start by way of a sort of historical view of women and their role in society. Women in antiquity, they were respected. They played a vital role in the social and economic life of their communities. But for any number of reasons, be it misguided religious views, slavery, colonization, colonialism, because of all of these strange happenings, the role of women was devalued and denigrated. But that did not extinguish the spirit of many empowered women who worked in the field of ICT. And I just want to point to a few. All right, if I could just get my slides moving. It's stuck, but that's okay. And the first one I want to speak to is Ada Lovelace. She was a British woman who is known as the prophet of the computer age. Ada Lovelace developed the first program for a computer that didn't exist yet. And she was alive for the period 1815 to 1852. Then there was another woman called Catherine Johnson. And Catherine was an African-American woman. She was a physicist. She was a space scientist. She was a mathematician. And she contributed greatly to America's aeronautical ambitions and the NASA space program that put men on the moon. Now, from 1940 to 1960, women worked in ICT as programmers in the developed countries. Computing and calculating were seen as tedious and therefore women's work. But the male engineers at the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, they admitted that the girl computers did work more rapidly and accurately than the men. And they came up with a term. At that time, they came up with a term, a kilogirl of energy was equivalent to roughly 1,000 hours of computing labor. So I'm giving you a little history to let you know that girls and women in ICT was not new back then. Women were the largest trained technical workforce of the computing industry during and after the Second World War. Up to the 1960s, women accounted for around 30 to 50% of programmers in the United States. But few were promoted to leadership roles, and they were paid significantly less than their male counterparts. In the mid-60s, when the power of computers was being more clearly understood, women were systematically phased out and replaced by men. They were required to train their male counterparts who were promoted above them. And in spite of the contribution women had made to ICT, they were systematically marginalized and pushed out. So engineering, and at that time too, and I don't know, some of the people in the audience might remember, engineering was touted as requiring brains and brawn. Yes, you had to be macho, you had to be muscular. That was the perception that was given about engineering. And because in the 60s, the 50s and 60s, there were few opportunities, few options for education, parents tended to groom their girls to be housewives, and they discouraged them from becoming scientists and engineers. But times have changed. We are in the 21st century. We're in the 21st century, and education in the Caribbean is now widely available. And there's nothing to stop you from being educated, right? There's nothing to stop you from embracing those educational opportunities, especially in science and technology and mathematics. All of those things are very important. And even if you're not inclined, because some people, the natural ability isn't necessarily there for science and technology. Even if you are an artist, you're going to have, you have the opportunity now to use ICTs to transform even your art. I was speaking sometime to a chef, and he was telling me how ICT was transforming what he did. Yes, because now he uses ICT to get recipes and calculate, ingredients and all sorts of things. And ICT has become central to his business in the restaurant business, right? And more and more technology is becoming inextricably linked with everyday activities. So you cannot escape it. So I'm encouraging you young people to embrace it. Embrace it. I want to encourage you not to limit yourselves. To girls, do not limit yourselves. Reject any suggestion or notion that girls and women can't. Girls and women can do anything. And I want to encourage you, go to school. Go to school. Study diligently. Don't waste your time on social media. Social media is a time waster because you're watching other people using the technology to make money. And you are wasting time in this way. Of course, the internet, there's a wealth. The information of the ages is at your fingertips, right? By all means, use the technology productively, but don't let it suck you in to the point where you're wasting your time. I want you to think about your skills and talents, because everybody has a talent. And what you should do now is look at your skills and your talents and see how you could now leverage ICT. How can you leverage the technology to create your own job, to solve your problems, to solve problems in your community, to help your society, to create value in your society? So as I said, technology is evolving rapidly. And it is important for you to understand that the jobs that are available now are going to disappear, but new jobs are going to emerge. And those new jobs will require you to have those ICT skills. I don't know, have any one of you heard of late of a vacancy for a stenographer? No,
No.
that has gone completely. Yes, but you would see, you know, and all the job applications you'd see must be proficient in Office or Word or whatever it is. Yes, so you have to know this has become basic, very, very basic now, that you have to understand. You have to be proficient in ICT if you're going to be able to participate in a meaningful way in life in the Caribbean going forward. And all jobs, anything that is repetitive, if you're doing the same thing, everything, if you're moving widgets from A to B every day, if any job like that is repetitive, you can be replaced. So these are things that you need to think about, right? The old types of jobs are going to disappear, but new types of jobs are going to come on the scene that would require workers to be trained in ICT.
Hi, Ms. Lewis. We have about a minute again.
Certainly. So I'm winding up, and I'm encouraging these girls, whatever you do not limit yourselves. Study, hone and craft your skills. Be honest in your dealings with others. Be humble, but confident in your abilities. Remember that your peculiar traits as a girl or a woman, these traits are important to those as important as those of the men. And you have every right to sit at the tables where decisions are taken that will affect organizations and countries and the world, right? So I hope these few words and the activities of this session of Girls in ICT Day will help you to understand the importance of your participation in ICT for building your community and a progressive Caribbean. So I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bernadette Lewis. It has been a passionate plea to get these students, all students in particular, the female students, to think hard about the ICT and its value in the workplace, how jobs are changing. And your comment, a kilojoule of energy, 1,000 computing hours. First time I'm hearing it. And it's what we talk about, woman power, right?
Yes,
So I thank you for your contribution, Ms. Lewis. I am hoping all students who are in attendance right now recognize the value of your presentation, for them to think about the job market, how it is progressing, how it is evolving, and then move in accordance with it so that it can maximize their talents and their skills. Thank you very much. And we will make way now for the next moderator, for the next presenter. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I enjoyed that session with Ms. Lewis, and I'm pleased to return again. For those just joining, my name is Heidi Curry, Chair of the Belize Association of Principals of Secondary Schools and Principal of Ocean Academy on Key Cocker. I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Alma Jenkins Acosta. Ms. Jenkins Acosta was born in Panama, Republic of Panama, and is a community psychologist and social researcher. She studied a master's in public service administration at DePaul University in Chicago, Illinois. Currently, Alma is working on her doctorate degree in international psychology at the Chicago School of Professional Psychology. For more than 25 years, Alma has worked in areas related to human development, the rights of children, adolescents and women, the rights of Indigenous and peoples of African descent in Latin America and the Caribbean, the United States, and Panama. More recently, she has been working in humanitarian settings, supporting countries to develop their capacities in preparedness, response, and the development nexus, particularly in the education sector. Over the last 19 years, Alma has worked for UNICEF. She is a former lecturer on social and community psychology of the Santa Maria La Antigua Catholic University in Panama. She has been an international and national consultant and evaluator for programs like Chicago Healthy Start. We're so happy to pass over to you, Ms. Jenkins Acosta.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to join you and to know that we are extending this morning networks across the Caribbean region and far beyond that. And that is a very joyful thing for this morning, because I would say thanks to my ancestors who paved the way and who pave also your way, and who endure hardship to deliver us where we are. And where we are is we are survivors, right, of a major shift that is happening right in front of us. So that means that we need to understand that we are here today, all of us, ensuring that we not only pave a way for you, but pave a way with you, which is more important. So this conversation over the next couple of minutes is one that I hope will stretch us all, will have us have some takeaways in which we come to understand and deepen our understanding about the ways in which we are going to be leading forward. And I'm hoping that that expansion of your thoughts and your own actions is one that is full of the lessons from the past as well. Because one of the things that I want to reflect this morning about is two words, is agility. And agility is probably a word that a lot of us have been hearing over the last 2 years. And agility is about making something and quickly having the capacity to make something that is outdated fit for purpose again. And the second word that I want to put forward this morning as we reflect is resilience. What does that mean, and what has that meant over the last couple of centuries, right? And I found inspiration a little bit also in ancestry, and how those, for instance, who were once enslaved, adapted and transformed as a result of the circumstances. And what we see is that agility and that resilience was used across very many areas of life. It was used in language, as we have come to understand now, that in language there is technology. There is the technology of our ancestors who used grammar, the grammar of a dominant language, which was not their language, but they used that, right? And we today see and celebrate the fact that we have the survival of many different languages that were the result of the construction or the conjugation of the language of our ancestors and French, and that's how we understand French Creole. That's how we understand some of the other indigenous languages that are spoken. But I want us to focus on this idea that there is actually technology built into those languages. They used it in music also, that agility and that resilience, because they needed to communicate. And they needed to communicate in subversive ways, because they were communicating often about revolts, meeting places, maps, also that they were passing. And they used music. So they used everyday or common things to embed these messages. And that's how resilience shines through, you know? Or they use culture. And I want to refer specifically, for instance, to how they use what could be considered leftovers to build what we now understand to be some of the platters that we share in our tables, and that are a patrimony, an intangible patrimony in all of our countries. So I want for us to think about this idea of how much agility it took to consider the new context and adapt to it and shift. But the shifts came as a result of using some of what was already in there, some of what was already learned. And I want to push that notion a little bit further to say, many of you watching this meeting or are part of this meeting this morning are from Alpha generation. You are natives to technology. So that comes very easily to you and come very easily to your peers, right? So how is it that you can continue to be agile and also take advantage of the platform that is there for you? And how do you take that resilience of your ancestors a step further, right? And what do we put that agility and that resilience to use for? Is it that we see that there are ways in which we can use that in what I want to call the growth zone? Because I think that many of you, as natives to technology, you are not in a fear zone. A lot of people have been in the fear zone because they are from other generations and have had to massively adapt to use technology. You are not in the learning zone because this is first nature to you, but you are in two other zones. One that I would like to call the growth zone, and a second zone, which is an action zone, which is how do you translate now this, your capacity for agility, your capacity for resilience, and transform that into action? And what are the actions that that is going to take for both girls in ICT and boys who are your partners and your equals in this journey together? So I want to propose that in terms of your growth zone, there are still, and I like what the speaker that preceded me said, in terms of becoming lifelong learners. Because once you acquire a set of skills, and ICT skills are built into you by nature of when you were born, but that does not mean that other skills are not important. That means that how we ensure that you develop all of the skills that are necessary and are able to use, for instance, ICT for things that are related to culture, are related, for instance, to social skills, mental health, which are things that are important also for the current generation, for your current life project, and for your self-awareness. So I think it's important to stretch our minds and think about that action zone and what are some of the actions that we can support you with as persons in the generation ahead of you, but also what are some of the actions that you yourself will want to take on as we journey through this. And just to think about emotional skills, which I think are very important in today's world, because we're all managing massive changes that are happening. And it's not always easy to change, right? But it's important that we think about these two concepts, agility and resilience, and how we make use of them to transit into our next iteration. And what I want to propose to you, and perhaps leave behind also as an area for reflection, is what is your calling? What is it that you want to do? And how does that link to bigger purposes that are being discovered, that we are all discovering together as we are moving out of the pandemic? Because I think the pandemic exposed some of the things that we already know. We know that there's inequality. We know that we need to rebuild some of our education systems. We know that it's important to ensure that we have a clean and safe environment. But how do we go about that? Is there in your future a contribution that you can do to those and impact those systems? And how developing agility and resilience can support us and can support you in terms of that. So it's about developing the set of skills that can support you going forward. And I think a strong message is that you are not alone in that task, because as I mentioned earlier, when you are in a growth zone, and this forum that we are today, for instance, is created to hold space for growth and for action, I think you have the main ingredients for a recipe that supports you developing that agility and that resilience that is needed for moving forward with actions. So I think the invitation today is to recognize that some have done it before us, have done it in a very clever way, using everyday ordinary things in our lives, like language, like what we eat, like music, to build in the technologies. And technology is not always digital technology. There are other types of technology to move forward, to move us into a growth zone and an action zone as a result of this capacity to respond and to make things fit for purpose in a different and in a changing context. I think the invitation is put ahead of all of us, and I am hoping that we take this invitation to push ourselves into discovering what it is our calling, what it is that we can contribute, and that we allow that to shape our leadership as we move forward. So with that, Heidi, I want to leave it there, because I know that you wanted to give space perhaps to a little question. So I'm going to stop there.
Ms. Alma, you did such a fantastic job of bringing us through the journey of intergenerational skill development. I've never heard it put that way. It was beautiful. We are out of time for questions, but I think you did a fantastic job with what you shared. And I know that you've inspired many students across the Caribbean. Thank you so much for being with us here this morning. And I'll go ahead and pass over to our next moderator and speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. The pleasure is mine to introduce our next facilitator for this session, a Jamaican senior student at the prestigious Immaculate Conception High School for Girls. She's an active member of her community, passionate about online safety and mental health. A very humble and hardworking individual aspiring to become a psychiatrist, and most importantly, giving back to her community in any way possible. The pleasure is mine to introduce for this session, Get Safe Online Ambassador, Ms. Delena Brown. Ms. Brown.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me on the session this morning.
Yes, so you can go ahead, Ms. Brown, with your session. Thanks for being here.
Okay, so I was here on behalf of the Get Safe Online Ambassadors meeting.
Mr. Mitchell, it seems like
Yes, we seem to have dropped.
dropped.
Right, Ms. Brown, so we should get her back in a
Just play some videos in the meantime until she's back.
Okay. Yes, so good afternoon once again, and welcome to this session on online safety and mental health and so on. So with us this afternoon, we have from Jamaica, Miss Delana Brown. She is a Jamaican senior student at the prestigious Immaculate Conception High School for Girls. She's an active member of a community passionate about online safety and mental health. A very humble and hardworking individual aspiring to become a psychiatrist, and most importantly, giving back to her community in any way possible. So, Delana, welcome to this session. I know you're very passionate about online safety, and therefore, the thousands of young girls and even boys who are listening to this session would like you, to speak about what you are passionate about. So, welcome, Delana.
Thank you so much again for having me on this session today. As mentioned before, I am very passionate about online safety and mental health more specifically, and I'm an ambassador for the Get Safe Online initiative, and it's an initiative based in the UK and funded by the UK government, just ensuring that it's about trying to spread awareness on online safety and just ensuring that every person around the world is aware that their online safety should be their first priority, because with everything going on today in our modern society, technology is everywhere and we can't escape it. Everything is done remotely or online, especially with the ongoing pandemic. So, that initiative is just something in place to help spread awareness on the different safety measures that you can take to protect yourself online.
Okay, Delana. So, tell us, what are some of the dangers that young people faced online?
Well, social media is a very growing platform, and it's very wide, it's very diverse. And a lot of the apps that young people use nowadays, it's very dangerous. Young people, more specifically young girls, are prone to cyber stalking, cyber bullying, abductions, different criminal activities such as this, more specifically because of the stigma around social media, where you have to share your whole life to be popular. You have to post this and post that every other day, every other week, update your profile, update your pictures, stuff like that. So people are able to look at your profile and gather a whole lot of personal information about you. They can DM you, they can DM your parents, your friends, they can find out where you live, things like that. So young girls more specifically are statistically more prone to cyber stalking, cyber bullying, and things like that. So what I try to do is just spread awareness, especially within my community and in my school as a student leader, to help girls be more aware of the dangers of social media. You don't have to post everything. If you're going to a dinner with your friends, you don't have to post it at the same time, because I can view it and say, oh, she's at so and such place, so I can go there and see her. And you don't know the type of people that are lurking on your profile and seeing what you're doing on a daily basis. So that's what I try to encourage and try to have people more aware of the different dangers that they can face or encounter just posting something as simple as a picture.
Yes, because sometimes I see people post, when they are going to a particular place, they post up, Jenny is now at whatever airport or whatever mall. And I'm really glad that you are sharing.
Tomorrow. And, you don't know who's lurking, you don't know who's stalking. And the biggest mistake I see a lot of girls make is that nobody cares. Everybody cares. You don't know who cares. You don't know if the guy down the street, the mailman, the man who delivers a newspaper, you don't know if he cares. You don't know the type of person he is, and he could be watching your profile. You don't know who your friends are. It's the sad truth, but you really don't know who is who and what is what. So it's just best to be as safe as possible.
Very good, very good. And I hope our young people are listening, you know, and tell us, Delena, you know, what are some of the precautions that our young people, while they're online, what are some of the precautions that they can really take, you know, to protect themselves?
Well, the biggest precaution I think you can take, as you can't escape social media, as I said before. It comes with good as it comes with bad. So I don't discourage you to delete Instagram or delete TikTok or delete YouTube, because it is entertaining and there is good content on there that a lot of young people want to engage in. But if you do want to engage in that type of content or that side of the world, I think it's best to keep your profiles private so you can control who gets to see what you put out, who gets to see what you post, who gets to see where you go. And however, it's kind of if and go, because a lot of people nowadays, they want to be influencers, or if you're trying to go in that side of social media, make money from it, you want to be an influencer, you want to promote your business on the internet, I suggest that you constantly check your profiles, who's going to follow you, check the pages, because it's very easy to make a fake profile and follow a page, or just check who is following you on a daily basis, check who's liking your pictures. If this person, for example, if I should post a picture at 10 a.m. and every single time I post a picture at 10 a.m., this specific profile is viewing and liking my picture at 10 a.m. Some things, I need to check up on that. So I suggest that you carefully monitor what you put out on social media.
And of course, Delena, are there implications on some of the things too that people post, you know, in terms of their future careers and all of that? You know, what could you tell young people about that?
Yes, that's a very good question. I'm in the process of college applications myself, and I've seen a lot of my peers be refused or declined from entering colleges or even graduating from high school because of their social media activities and what they put out on social media. So it's very important. A lot of the jobs, you can submit your resume to a job and they can see your profile or whatever information you provide on your resume. But when you go on your social media,
Yes, so it looked like Delena had some issues again, and hopefully we can get her back to complete this segment on the online safety.
No problem. We'll just run some videos. Ms. Brown is back.
Okay, so welcome back, Ms. Brown.
thank you. Oh my gosh.
Right.
I apologize again for that.
Those are some of the challenges we faced in the online environment, so we understand. Yes, so you were speaking about, you know, how it can affect persons in terms of their careers, what they post, and people are seeing everything. So we can pick up back from there.
Yes, as I was saying, going on a job interview, your resume, your social media will tell a lot more than your resume can, because usually it's just one page. Well, your social media is basically your whole life. A lot of people post their whole lives on social media. So whatever you post there, your boss or your future employer can see what the type of person that you really are, and the type of content that you consume, the type of persons that you follow on social media tells a lot about your character. So I just suggest that you pick carefully, choose wisely, make good decisions. I like to say, if you have to think about it twice, you probably shouldn't be doing it, If you have to really sit and think, should I really do this? Is this really the right thing to do? 95% of the times, it's not the right thing to do. So I just suggest that, think carefully before you do anything.
Yes, and I'm glad that our young people are hearing from you about the importance of these things. Delena, I know that recently, I know in Trinidad and even in some other Caribbean islands, a number of persons have had their credit cards hacked with a well-known, they have been affiliated to a well-known courier service, that had their accounts hacked. What do you advise to our young people with respect to things like credit card information and all of these things?
Well, before I became an ambassador for Get Safe Online, I was very careless with everything online. I had one password for every single thing, and you could guess it easily. If you know me personally, you could easily guess my password. And I had friends I would give my email passwords to because, they're my friends, so it doesn't really matter. I would log in on public computers and log on to public Wi-Fi and buy stuff online using public Wi-Fi. And those things are very implicating to your personal information. I never knew it was so easy to hack a phone, hack your email, get all your personal information. It's very easy. So I suggest that as young people, even though we want to live, this carefree life, we really don't think that people like me, I'm just a student who is trying to hack my account and steal my money or steal my information. You never know. Like, the worst mentality to have is that it will never happen to me, because it can happen to you. It can happen to anyone. So my suggestion is that you treat yourself as a billionaire. As a billionaire, protect your information as best as you can. Even though your best friend is your best friend, you don't have to share your password with them, because if they're your best friend, they wouldn't care for not having your password, right? So I just suggest that you try to protect yourself as best as possible. Update your passwords. There are a lot of two-step verifications for emails, and whenever you're purchasing things online, make use of the different things out there to help you protect yourself as best as possible, because no one's gonna do it for you. I'm not gonna do it for you. Mr. Mitchell is not gonna do it for you. You have to do it for yourself.
Okay, what final words would you give of advice to our young people listening with online safety?
Okay, so my final words now, online and more specifically social media, it's very hard to lose yourself on there. It's very hard to become someone else, to become something that you're not, to hurt yourself and for other people to hurt you as well in every single way you can think of. So my advice to you is to, while being yourself, protect yourself as best as possible. Do the best you can to ensure that your mental space, your mental health is okay. Take a step back from social media every once in a while. Read a book, drink some tea, drink some coffee, do something, walk. Protect yourself. Ensure that your passwords are your passwords and not our passwords. Be yourself as best as you can and just enjoy your youth. You don't want to spend your whole time as a young person, trying to get back your passwords from Instagram or TikTok, or having to deal with hackers in your accounts. We don't want to deal with that. We're just trying to live life as best as we can. So I just suggest that you just take the necessary precautions so that you can live your best life, so to speak.
Thank you very much, Delena Brown, for being with us here this afternoon and giving some sound advice on the online safety. Thank you very much, coming out from the land of Jamaica, the land of Bob Marley. Everything gonna be all right once we do what we have to do. Thank you very much, Delena.
Thank you so much for having me, Mr. Mitchell. It was a pleasure.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Yes, God bless. So we had online safety, and we're now moving on to Dr. Vimala Judy Kamaluddin. Welcome, Doctor, to this afternoon session.
Thank you.
And Dr. Kamaluddin is an information technology and mathematics lecturer at the School of Education, University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus. She was the second president of MMIRACC and the chair of the third Mixed Methods Conference in the Caribbean 2019. An educator for more than 33 years, she completed her doctoral thesis at the University of Sheffield in the UK and focused on mixed methods research in online environments. As a past curriculum officer with the Ministry of Education, Trinidad and Tobago, she coordinated and worked on in ICT projects at the primary level. Dr. Kamaluddin engages in individual and collaborative research projects locally, regionally, and internationally, such as teacher professional learning, game-based learning, and technology-mediated tools. Dr. Kamaluddin has conducted more than 100 workshops in her career and is the founding president of ICT and Global, a professional learning network of teachers. She loves family, nature, walks, and great food and company. And I'm sure that she will be celebrating, Eid al-Fitr in a few days.
Yes.
So, Dr. Kamaluddin, we welcome you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dexter. It's my pleasure and honor to be here as part of this huge celebration of girls in ICT. And wonderful to have to know that Caribbean Association of Secondary Principals and RSC has been doing this amazing work every year. And this year we put on ICT and Global, of which I'm the founding president, has put on 12 workshops happening right now with over 24 teachers taking across primary, secondary, and tertiary, taking time out to just work to bridge the digital divide that we need that we are speaking to today. So it's again an honor to be part of it in multiple ways. Thank you, Raj, especially. So today I want to talk on to principals in particular, parents, students, teachers, ministers of education, everyone about something that I was recently a part of on Tuesday, and that is artificial intelligence and education. And so I started by asking you whether you are familiar with AI at all, and ask if you recognize any of the images you see here: Netflix, Amazon, Spotify, iMotions, Auto.ai. And I'm fairly sure you'd recognize at least one of them. I think Amazon is the one everybody must at least know. But did you know that all of these and more, like Facebook, Twitter, everything else, is predicated on AI? So AI is all around us. And so it is more than necessary to be discussing it today in relation to education. And some of the key questions that I bring out to you to think about as I continue this conversation are: what is AI and how is it related to education? How can we ensure the ethical, inclusive, and equitable use of AI in education? How can education prepare humans to live and work with AI? Because it is part of our reality. And how can AI be applied to enhance education? I hope to touch on these areas, not at all being an expert in AI in any means, but certainly to be able to bring some aspects of it out so that hopefully you will know a little bit more about it and initiate conversations in your own circles, schools, and elsewhere. So, according to UNESCO, artificial intelligence, or AI, are machines capable of imitating certain functionalities of human intelligence, including such features as perception, learning, reasoning, problem solving, language interaction, and even producing creative work. But as an educator, I am so confused. Like, what does it mean for a machine to be called intelligent? And how do we grapple with even the concept of intelligence? Intelligence has gone through so many different changing understandings since inception. And now we talk about, most recently in the last few decades, about multiple intelligences. And the debate between nature and nurture continues. We talk about children who are bright, I've got to be so bright, and only the bright children will succeed. But then how do we explain, if we believe that, to the person who was just speaking before us, this amazing person from Trumacac, Laventil, who spoke about, I think Shara was the one who was talking with him. And he is now a coach and on Wall Street. And he said he couldn't even say he was poor. He was PO. But he changed himself and he learned and he adapted and he went to the United States and he did all these amazing, he had his pathway. So he had a growth mindset and became this powerful coach and inspiration to all of us, who is featured here just today. So if he says he was not born bright or in certain circumstances, but he made it to the top, then what does that mean about intelligence? And what does it say to help our understanding? And bring back to the question, can machines therefore also become intelligent? So it's a question I lay for you as something philosophically that we have to tackle with. So at the heart of AI is something called autonomy and adaptability. And it is in those two features that makes AI different from many of the other technologies. Because you're probably asking, why are we talking about AI in education? Every time it's so much technology and there's so many technologies. How can I even keep up with all the technologies that they have around me? Well, I tell you that this one deserves your attention as we continue to see. I hope you will see why. And in particular, AI can help us to solve our complex human problems, whether in medicine, whether it's in health, whether it's in problem solving, whether forecasting. AI really is extremely powerful. And AI works on two things, algorithms and data. We'll talk more about that as we move along. So some of the examples that I showed you in that first screen were otter.ai. Some of you may be familiar with it. You use it to transcribe meetings, and I use it to transcribe interviews that I do as part of my research. So speech recognition is an AI technology using natural language processing. Then everybody who has a phone now may use Face ID. Well, then that's face recognition using image recognition technology. Many universities using chatbots as the first line of interface between the human and the university in order to get information before you get onto any human. Banks are using them now. So these autonomous agents are everywhere. And then, of course, Amazon, Netflix, Twitter, Facebook, Google, YouTube, every single one has been using data mining, in whether it is for stock predictions, medical diagnoses. I haven't even written all of the examples here. Each one of us uses at least one of these in our lives. And Affectiva, which is a new one, which is looking at affect or emotion detection. That's where a lot of issues can arise. So AI is all around us. For those of us who may be wondering, where did this AI thing come from? I thought as educators, it's important to locate AI. And AI is located squarely in the realm of the field called computer science. And I myself, about 30-something years ago, was one of the few females who would have graduated from the University of the West Indies in computer science. And I went on to teaching at secondary level, computer science, computer studies, but at the GC and then on to CXC, teach math, computer science, IT, as I say, from Form 1 straight to Form 5. But then I went on into the Ministry of Education, being an IT curriculum officer, and then went on to the University of the West Indies, where at the School of Education, I focus on teacher education with computer science education, IT education, math education. So I've been steeped in this in, the last 30-something years. And so, I consider myself to know just maybe a little bit about this issue to speak on, and hope that I bring something to you new today that is important. You will see that AI is clearly there. There's also terms like machine learning and deep learning, which requires some more reading. And there's a new field that has emerged because of big data that has now been amassed and the need for data analytics and how algorithms work. And that field is called data science. I believe the University of the West Indies now introduced it, and universities, of course, globally also introduce it. So in terms of career paths, this is really bringing some of the old in with the new, just to locate it for you. So let's get on now. What does all of this have to do with education? What does AI have to do with education? Well, as principals, you have been having to gather and manage tons of data. And the Ministry of Education of Trinidad and Tobago has been amassing tons of data over the pandemic period on attendance. They therefore are using it for education management and delivery, and to understand where there are going to be a lot of students who have fallen out the system. They are using it to understand what's happening in various schools. So that's AI. That is AI. And they can use it for timetabling. I already talked about chatbots. Now, here's where real power lies in terms of learning and assessment. AI-supported technologies can have adaptive assessments. That is, each child can be, assessments can be tailored to each child, and feedback given to that child immediately. There's virtual tutoring in terms of each child can have a one-to-one tutor on a particular subject, whether it's reading, math, foreign language, science. The computer is able to generate what you call a personalized learning pathway for a child. This is differentiated instruction at its utmost. The child can interact with the computer like a human in dialogue-based. There's new products now like Betty's Brain, which asks the child to teach the computer about climate change. And we all know when you teach, you learn and you become an expert. So it works with that whole knowledge. Isn't that an amazing a way for children to cement their learning and to become more involved? There's automated writing tools like Turnitin, which check for plagiarism and quality of writing. And of course, even the editor tool in Microsoft Word is AI. There's AI-supported reading, and especially for those who have reading difficulties, of which, as the data show, we have many, many children who are falling through the cracks, even reaching secondary schools, who can't read. AI can help with that. And there's virtual reality and augmented reality, which support children's going to staying in the Caribbean, staying home, but being in the Louvre, or going to the Great Wall of China, or understanding what might be happening in the Ukraine through immersive simulations and through collaborative learning, not just to collaborate with children in the classroom, but to collaborate with children in the world. So if you're talking about a global learner, AI can help. We already talked about teachers are having a tremendous difficulty in schools right now. Just yesterday, I spoke with an assistant vice principal at a school in secondary in Trinidad, who talked about disciplinary problems that they're having because students are disengaged. Students don't want the same old chalk and talk. They're back in person, but they don't want it. They've experienced a different kind of learning. I urge you principals to discuss the ways teachers and the school are embracing the 21st century learner. The children of 2022 are not the children of 2019. They are more aware, they are more global, and they've been using technology. If our schools can't keep up, we're going to keep losing our children. So please consider ways of reaching our children in real ways. If we're talking about digital divide, it also happens in schools. And of course, lifelong learning, where you can have your own pathways of learning and changing careers and so on through professional development on your own. So AI is very powerful, very, very powerful. So how does it work? It works on 3 tenets. That is descriptive analytics, where I'm using the example with, say, an intelligent tutor or virtual tutor with a child who may be a special needs student, for example, or a child who suffered learning loss. We know there are so many children who have had that. It will explain how the child has performed so far. Then with predictive analytics, it will also be able to predict how the child might perform, say in SCA or CXC or CAPE, CXC, CSEC or CAPE. Predictive, linear regression modeling and forecasting. It also might talk about prescriptive analytics, telling the child what the child should do in order to improve data optimization and simulation. And that's the huge power of AI. But hear what? With all that data being gathered, there are some key issues that we have to attend to and talk about at the school level, parents level, society level, ministry level, government level. That is, are the methods being used by the tutors use a certain type of methodology, maybe behaviorist, and we may be more constructivist. How do the paradigms of learning match with our teaching philosophies? And if they're in conflict, what does that mean for the child? If all these data being gathered on the child, even in terms of emotions, the child is personally identified, do we want that? There's also, with data being gathered, unsolicited advertising online. Children are so drawn to advertising, as we know. They could be told about a product to buy or something like that, and we wouldn't even know. And the huge issue of algorithmic bias, I talked about it's based on algorithms. The algorithm is designed by a programmer, usually in the global north. And that, therefore, there may be inbuilt biases against race, gender, religion, even country that undermines our human rights. And this is what happens. So I caution principals, ministries of education, anybody who's purchasing software from somewhere, make sure you understand and speak with the developer as to if there is built-in algorithmic bias so that you can make better decisions about what we are putting our children through. Social networks, Facebook, Twitter, we only have to be following what's happening with Elon Musk taking over our Twitter to understand the discussions that have to take place in our classrooms and in our chat rooms and lunchrooms and principal meetings about the impact of the rights of free speech and surveillance data. We could go on forever to talk about the dangers with that. So what in terms of achieving SDG 4, in terms of equity, inclusion, yes, special needs populations can benefit, personalized tutoring, efficient school administration and real-time feedback from assessment are some benefits. But some actions that I leave with you that you need to take would be to ensure that the ICT curriculum is taught in your schools because it speaks to some of these things. It's not perfect, but it's a start, and we need to lobby the ministries of education to improve it. Enhance digital literacy standards, teacher professional development, which is the area I am in. For the business community to support research into this AI so that we can know it better, to grow our own workforce for our girls and boys who support them to become content creators and not just consumers, and policies to guide data privacy and data protection. I thank you all for staying with me for what I hope was at least some information on algorithms, data, AI, and its relevance to education. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Vimala Judy Kamaluddin. Of course, you know, we did some predictive analytics and we predicted that this session will be very relevant, stimulating and thought-provoking, and it was. Thank you very much. I think that, you know, leveraging AI in education and everything today can be aligned to AI as we chart our way forward in this global community. And of course, you said that the children of 2022 are not the children of the 1960s, and therefore we have to reach out to them in different ways. Thank you very much, Dr. Kamaluddin.
Thank you.
A pleasant good morning for those of us in Belize and afternoon to our colleagues across the Caribbean. It is surely my pleasure to introduce to you our next presenter, our next speaker. Ms. Camille Wooding. And Ms. Camille is the holder of a national scholarship. She holds a first-class honors degree in management from the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, and an MBA with honors from McGill University, Montreal, Canada. She's an author, educator, and experienced business consultant with over 20 years in leadership, development, human resource management, and strategy. She owns and operates TSG Consulting Limited and the DIY Place Limited. She has over 10 years experience as a lecturer, digital content creator, and crafter. And this afternoon, we'll be engaged in discussion for the next 10, 12 minutes or so with Ms. Camille with respect to digital literacy and girls in ICT across the Caribbean region. And so, Ms. Camille, welcome, and thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. And so if we, yes, and so if we can start by looking at, as we look across the Caribbean, we're seeing where there is more involvement from girls in IT across the region, with the hope of creation of employment and so on. And I would like you to give some focus on this whole area and girls' involvement and how it has evolved over time in our region.
So definitely what has happened is that different countries within the region have had different experiences. So in Trinidad and Tobago, I think we have always had girls in ICT. It has been steadily increasing. But I know that in other countries, and you shared earlier with me that in Belize, for example, while it's increasing, is not as much as, in other countries. So it's a varied experience. I think in the OECS, we do have quite a bit of involvement of girls in ICT, but again, it could improve. And the thing about it is that ICT, as we know it, it's not a thing out there. We are using ICT right now. Life has become ICT. It's not, everything is ICT, you have kettles now that have ICT where you can tell it start, So it's not something that you can pick and choose and say, okay, we want to do this or we don't want to do that. I think everybody has to be involved in ICT at this time. Girls, boys, everybody, kids.
Yes, and that is so true. And if we look at the, as I reflect on our own experiences here in Belize, and particularly in southern Belize, where in most recent times, where girls were not privileged to attend secondary school, we're now seeing that trend where parents are changing that kind of thinking to now where girls are now the bigger part of the population in our secondary schools now. It's now girls, and we're seeing where there is much more involvement coming from girls in their involvement in digital literacy. And so in terms of, I would like to draw on your thinking in terms of the role of our ministries of education, and maybe you could also touch on curriculum reform that may be critical to ensuring that this trend continues and that we are able to see the more greater impactfulness in terms of the involvement of our female population in our schools with respect to ICT.
Yeah, how much time do I have? Yeah, I could talk for a long time on that, but I'll make it short. I think it is obvious that every country in the world has to have curriculum reform because of ICT, because it is continuously developing, it is continuously changing. So curriculum development is not just something in the Caribbean, but it is global. What is different is the speed at which we respond. It seems that we are pretty slow to respond to it. And so, as you are slower, you get further and further behind. We just did a session, Leanne, peer of 21st Century Educators, and myself, we just did 2 sessions where we looked at storytelling using an app called Book Creator, and we looked at animation using an app called Pixton, and we actually had the kids using the apps and so on, and they were quite excited. And really, that is what we need to do. That is how education needs to take place now. You need to find ways to reach the children at their level. Their level is using screens, using apps, using games. That is what they do. That's how they have grown up. The kids who are in school now, in secondary school, they grew up with that as a norm. You know, the idea of not having a cell phone is not something that is in their frame of reference, because while they personally may not have had one because of age, their parents would have had a cell phone. So they've grown up with cell phones as a norm. They've grown up with screens as a norm. They've grown up with all of these things. And so when you come into the school system, it's a bit of a shock that those things that they've been used to are not in the school system. You know, it's a dichotomy for them. And we really have to find ways to reach them. It's not just about the curriculum, what is being taught, but it's also how it's being taught, because we are losing a lot of kids. I think we had one person, you know, I think the minister said for COVID, we had about 2,000 dropouts. A friend of mine who did research on it, he calculated we had about 4,000 per year in Trinidad and Tobago. And I don't know have the numbers offhand for other countries, but I imagine they also have some high numbers. And, you know, this is a problem, because my question is, where do they go? Where do they go? And, you know, I think that we can make a connection between that and the crime rate, because we know that certainly in Trinidad and some of the other Caribbean countries, less so Belize, we have some high crime rates, you know, and this is where it's coming from. It's coming from people are coming out of the school system without proper education. They cannot get jobs. They are being absorbed into gangs and other people who are involving them in these nefarious activities. And as far as they see their future, that is their future, you know? And so curriculum reform and the need to look at not just what we teach, but how we teach, how we capture these students, how we prepare them for the future that, not 2022, because when they get into the workplace, it won't be 2022. We gotta prepare them for 2030. We don't even know what 2030 looks like, because I'm sure if anybody asked you 10 years ago, what is 2022 gonna look like? Some of the things that we have now, we could not imagine it. And if we could, we probably would have been billionaires. We can talk about Twitter and how much Facebook and Instagram and these things and Snapchat, and we would not have known these things. And therefore, we don't know what 2030 is going to look like. But all of the research that's been done has shown that there are some competencies that we need to look at. Creativity, innovation, managing diversity, critical thinking, problem solving, coding. Those are some of the critical competencies that we need to develop in the kids. So whatever curriculum we have to find a way to make sure that those competencies are captured.
Right, and Ms. Wooding, I think one of the good things that I try to say when I speak to my teachers and so on, that as bad as COVID is, there is a good thing that came out of it, and it forced us to have a greater appreciation for technology and everything we do. And it has also, I think nations, countries across the world, we were able to see exactly where we are in terms of technology and what we need to do. And I think in the Caribbean, Belize included, we see where there is a serious shortfall in terms of you know, access to internet and that sort of thing. And so there is a lot to be done. But what I also want to comment on with respect to what you have said, the whole concept of relevance, our curriculum and whatever we do in our classrooms and how we are preparing students for the world and life after school, that concept of relevance, I think has to be a big part of what we do as teachers, as administrators, as ministries of education across the region, to ensure that our students are effective post high school, tertiary training, etc. And so I can give you a minute or so for brief remarks as our next speaker is with us with respect to that.
Well, no, I would just like to encourage the teachers and the principals to look past the traditional means of teaching, to encourage the use of technology to encourage the use of craft and STEM projects and so on, because these are the things, these are the ways we are going to develop those competencies that the kids are going to need for their future that, as I said, nobody really knows what's coming up next, but they need to be properly prepared.
Yes, Ms. Wooding, I want to thank you so much. There is so much more that we could discuss, but time is not permitting. And I'm hoping that we are able to, RSC Raj and his team would be able to keep how we could continue to improve our Caribbean people. Thank you so much for such a wonderful discussion.
Very welcome, very welcome.
Of introducing our next presenter, Mr. Balaji Magala. And Mr. Magala is the director of Civisoft, which is located in New Jersey. In that role, he is responsible for managing product development and sales of no-code service DX machine learning toolkit and an enterprise cloud-based orchestration platform providing condition-based monitoring and alerting with complex event processing rules engine. This platform is being deployed in many domains, including healthcare, manufacturing, service management, and managing the COVID pandemic. Mr. Magala, I want to thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, and we welcome you for your presentation. And we're hoping that out of this presentation, we'll be able to gain some keen experience in terms of how we could ensure that our girls continue to benefit fully from ICT across our region. Welcome, and thank you for being with us.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Longworth, and really appreciate it. I really appreciate RSC for putting these events together with the Ministry of Education. And again, I always enjoy and love talking to the young kids in the Caribbean. And one of my interests is really to bring opportunities into the Caribbean. And Raj and myself have been talking about this for a while now, right? And again, what I'm going to talk about is more of extension of what was just discussed just a little while back by Ms. Wooding and Mr. Longworth. COVID has actually brought technology to the forefront in terms of healthcare, in terms of education. The use of technology has been widely accepted. And I think there's a tremendous amount of opportunities in terms of STEM, which again, Ms. Wooding was talking about. And that's the area that we are in. And I would like to just walk through a presentation that I have. I know I have quite a number of slides, but I'm going to try to get through it really quick. So Kevin, are you able to bring the presentation up? Yeah. Okay. All right. And so Civisoft is a software company out of New Jersey, and started in 2005. And we've been doing business in Canada, Jamaica, Trinidad, India. And we are also AWS partner. And AWS has been very, a strong supporter of some of the software that we've been deploying. And if you can go to the next slide, Kevin. Yeah. So we have a couple of software platforms. One which is a data science machine learning application, which is no code, and again, it's an on-cloud platform. And we also have an event orchestration platform. I just want to give a little bit about what we do, and then dive into some of the interesting topics for the children here. And again, we also provide managed services, banking software services here in the US as well as in the Caribbean. Kevin, if you can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, these are some of our customers and globally. And I also have some customers that we work with in the Caribbean. So yeah, you can move on to the next slide, Kevin. Yeah, so we work with NCB in Jamaica, PBS Tech, which is Massey Technology, again with eGov in Jamaica, Digicel, all in the IT space, all in the software space, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, US Embassy. Again, CAPS is an organization where we work with, and Diabetes Association of Trinidad and Tobago, some of the few that we've been working with. all in the IT space, right? And the reason why I wanted to show that is to show people that there's so much opportunities in terms of once you get into STEM, once you get into IT, and again, in the Caribbean, outside of the Caribbean, right? There are so much opportunities. And literally in terms of, we also do services in the US. We get so many requirements on a daily basis. It's so difficult to find qualified people, right? And I think, kids, I know when you're in high school and so on, right? I mean, you can already prepare yourself to be, whatever you want to be in the next 3-4 years. I mean, there are many areas. You can be a lawyer, you can be a doctor, you can be a nurse, you can be quite a few things, right? And a banker, many, right? I'm just going to talk about some areas in computer science that that is now one of the trending areas, and that's going to be there for the next 10, 15, 20 years, right? These are all some of the hot areas today. Cloud computing being one, data science, machine learning and AI, IoT, Internet of Things, right? Application programming using Java, Python, just to name a few, right? There are many, many, many more, but just to name a few, which I think, you can very quickly and easily, I won't say easily, but very quickly learn some basics about it. And then based on your interest, you can create a career in those areas. And a career in the sense, I mean, pretty good jobs, pretty good, monies, right? And again, many of them lead pretty good lifestyles. So those are things that are interesting for children to, I think about as they get into high schools and get into picking colleges in terms of what they want to do, right? And just to give you an idea, what is cloud computing? Right? Cloud computing, people talk about so much. All of you guys use, Google, you use Zoom, all of these technologies, where the application is residing somewhere in the cloud. In the cloud meaning somewhere in a data center elsewhere, right? And but you're able to use those applications from your desktop, from your phones, and so on. You don't need to have the application running in a system close to where you are, right? And for example, when you're running Zoom, the back end of the actual application Zoom server is probably residing somewhere in the US or somewhere in the Caribbean. Could be in Latin America, could be in Singapore, anywhere, right? But the application served to your laptop or to your desktop and so on, or your phone from the cloud. That's what cloud computing is, right? So, generally, or at least, I mean, a few years back, most of the applications were client-server applications. You need to have a server in your office, and you need to have a client also in the same office. But here, I mean, you can have the server sitting anywhere in the world, right? And anyway, that's cloud computing. And can you move on to the next? Reasons why Civisoft uses cloud, right? And again, this is probably for almost everybody. It could be for an individual, for a small company, for a large company. You can start, day one with unlimited capacity, meaning as you sign up to AWS or as you sign up to Azure or any of these guys, right? They give you unlimited capacity in the sense, they'll give you some capacity, but you can extend it to make it look like unlimited server capacity, right? Start with literally, pocket. It's supposed to be pocket change, not pocket change, and global deployment, right? And so once you write an application, that application can be used anywhere in the world, right? Elastic in the sense, as more people join, for example, in Zoom, right? As more people start joining, it keeps increasing the server capacity. So it is elastic, it makes it big, right? And then load balancing, failover abilities. I mean, these are all some technologies. I know it's a little on the higher end in terms of what I'm explaining here, but these are all some of the advantages. There's security already there, inbuilt security. So all that you need to do is to get an account, and if you want to start writing some programs, you can very quickly start doing it, and you don't have to worry about some of the other things that I mentioned here, which you would have to worry about if you're not on the cloud. Okay, so if you can move on to the next, please. Yeah, and The other area that I want to talk about is Internet of Things. I mean, all of you have been hearing so much about it, right? Internet of Things, where now with sensor abilities and also some of the devices that we get today from the wearables, from the watches that you get today, right? All of them are Wi-Fi enabled, right? Even the TV that you get today, or refrigerator that you get at home, right? Now the cars, all of them are Wi-Fi enabled or network enabled, right? Which means what? They can all start sending messages about their status into a cloud, right? Into probably like a intermediary system into a cloud eventually, right? And that's what Internet of Things are. I mean, you can put some sensors and some places. For example, if you want to find out in a room if people are walking in and walking out, you can put a camera in there, and the camera can then start feeding information into the cloud, right? Or I mean, if you want to if you want to find out your temperature, pulse, and so on, it could be done through your iWatches or some of the devices that you can wear today. The pulse oximeter, if you want to check the oxygen in your body, you can put a pulse oximeter in your finger, and that's connected through Wi-Fi, right? So that's what they call as the Internet of Things, right? And if you can move on to the next slide. So how does it work? I mean, the sensor captures the data, then it processes the data and then puts it into the cloud, from where you can look at alerts and so on. Right? If you can move on to the next slide, please. And these are things that you can actually do in your labs, in your school labs. And RSC has actually created these tech clubs where, I mean, you can actually learn to do these things very quickly and easily, right? And how do we use it? Meaning from Civisoft, we are into healthcare IoT, where we connect, like I said, the wearables from the bed, some of the monitors, right? And we pull all of that information into our software, and we provide, information about their heart rate, blood pressure, and so on. And then we also, based on some thresholds, we can notify the nurse saying, hey, look, I mean, this person in that particular bed is not feeling well. Why don't you go take care of them? So those are things that we do in our software. And I think, you guys can actually create some situations like this in your tech clubs, right? If you can move on to the next, please. Yeah. And the other area is data science. So I've gone through cloud computing, IoT, and data science. Data science, again, is a very, very hot area, and something that many of you can focus on. And again, there are multiple things there. I mean, there's computer science there, programming abilities there, the math and statistics abilities there, and then a domain in terms of, it can be used by, so I'm right now in a conference at Florida, which is a nurse informatics conference, where nurses are now learning to understand analytics, right? And if you take a look at football, basketball, all of those games are now, the coaches use analytics to figure out who to send next, or who to replace, or who's going to be shooting the ball next, right? So some of those things, right? So anyway, so that's a very good area. And again, IBM, there's something called machine learning, another area where IBM says that machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence and computer science, which focuses on use of data and algorithms to intimate the way that humans learn, gradually improving its accuracy. So what machine learning can do is it can look at your past historical data and then predict what could happen next. It could be a blood pressure, it could be the money that you spend, right? I mean, any of those, right? Machine learning is, again, a good technology. If you can move on to the next slide. Yeah. So we have now from Civisoft created a platform where you can go through all of the data science things in no code, where you can just go click and look at analytics and look at machine predictions, right? Yeah, if you can go to the next slide, please. I think I have one or two more slides and I'll be done. Yeah. And so from Civisoft point of view, one of the things that we do is we take healthcare data and start predicting when somebody can have stroke, when somebody can get into CKD stages, breast cancer, things of the nature, right? Bed availability and so on, right? So many of you kids, I mean, that are looking at this can think of any of these kinds of things that you can actually be developing or doing better than what any of them are doing in the industry today, right? I think, can you go to the next slide? Yeah, I think that's all I had. And thanks a lot for listening to me, and any questions you have, we can talk about it. Right?
Mr. Magali, thank you so much. We are out of time, but I want to thank you for being with us this afternoon and for highlighting the array of technology and application that are available out there in terms of health and education. And I like that you focus somewhat on our on tech clubs that we know RSC has been implementing in Trinidad and reaching out across the Caribbean, where our students can be more involved and how these applications can impact what they do in those clubs. And so we look forward to our continued cooperation with you, and we thank you for taking the time and joining us for this session this afternoon. Have a wonderful afternoon, and thank you again.
Thanks so much, Mr. Longworth.
I now
Appreciate
pass
it.
on to our next moderator and next presenter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Longsworth. So it is my pleasure to introduce our next presenter. Her name is Ms. Sandra DeFentala. And Ms. DeFentala is the president of the Seroptimus International of Trinidad and Tobago, and this is her second term as president of the Seroptimus International organization. She has had many years within this organization in volunteerism. She has served on the Federation Management Board of Seroptimus International of Great Britain and Ireland for 3 years. Ms. DeFentala has been a member of this organization for 32 years. In the past, Ms. DeFentala was a former teacher and head of the biology department at Naparima College. So it really is our pleasure to introduce someone with such a vast array of experience in that very important arena of volunteerism. I would just ask you, Ms. DeFentala, to just share with us a bit about Seroptimus International, the background, and some of the activities that you all have been involved in over the many years. Ms. DeFentala, just unmute, please.
Thank you very much, Sonia. And it's really a pleasure to be participating in this Girls in ICT Day. I have been a Seroptimist for 32 years. The organization is one that seeks to improve the lives of women and girls worldwide through education, empowerment, and enabling opportunities. We align our projects for women and girls with the Sustainable Development Goals. We are part of the UN ECOSOC. We have general consultative status there. And so aligning our projects to the Sustainable Development Goals allows us a voice at ECOSOC, and it also allows ECOSOC to get information, as it were, from on the ground. Because our projects are all well researched, we need to know why we are doing them, plan them out, find out exactly how they have benefited women and girls. And most importantly, we report all our projects online to a large database that is accessed by our management board and eventually disseminated to the United Nations.
Thank you very much for giving us that context for the organization. So you mentioned that the focus is based on United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Is there any project in particular in the Caribbean that you found that was very useful in adding value to the lives of our young ladies that you would like to share with us?
Well, we have done such a plethora of projects of various kinds under many different headings. And because we focus on women and girls, you'll find that most of the projects are around, if it is education, allowing access to education, with the ultimate goal being gender equality. We also strive to create peaceful communities so that we have projects that are centered around that particular Sustainable Development Goal, which is Goal 16, Peace. And we do projects in health, in the environment, the planet, so that our projects generally, and there's no one particular project that I could really say, well, this was a a marvelous project in the Caribbean as such, because they all are focused really on improving lives, and we can't really put a value on one as being higher than another one.
Yeah.
So let me just say that we group them under 5 P's, which are people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships. And even in working with RSC, for instance, that is the kind of partnership that we look for, so that when, for instance, we joined with RSC to help with the tech clubs or to give computers to kids, as we did during the pandemic, these are partnerships that allow us to have a wider reach.
So in terms of the partnership within communities, we talk a lot now about, violence against women. And I mean, sadly, we are seeing an upsurge. And I think maybe the study has to be done as to the impact of COVID in particular. And also, how our men are dealing with psychological issues and so on. So you're talking about peace and partnership, and I know the focus is women and girls, but have you found in your experience that there is an overlap in terms of dealing with other social issues involving the role of women in their society, with particular emphasis on men, and how do they deal on the issue of violence and that male-female type relationship?
Right. Well, you have zeroed in on something that we are focusing on, particularly in our club, as it's our 60th anniversary this year. And one of the ways we are addressing violence against women is in a project that we call the Real Men series. And over the course of the last few months, coming up to the 16 days of activism against domestic violence in November, we had this Real Men series where we engaged celebrities and influencers and so on to give a short snippet, 90 seconds, of what it means to be a real man. And they covered a wide range of topics, whether it is that they learn to walk away, whether they support their women and their daughters and so on. But each gave a different perspective. And we had these online, all of these videos on social media. We are now extending that project to Real Men, the next generation. So in the upcoming series, we will have them talking to young boys, because it starts there.
Yeah.
So that is the focus for the next few months.
So it's very, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there is so much overlap, because also in giving women educational opportunities and empowering them, you also give them the power, as it were, to walk out of the confidence and everything, to walk out of violent situations. Because some women feel that they just do not have a choice but to stay. And if you are dependent on this man economically and you don't have a job or one that could really sustain you, you then are stuck, as it were.
Yes.
So under the P, prosperity, that too ties in with peace.
Yes.
And there's a big overlap there.
I like the fact that it embraces the 5 Ps, which I think covers every single thing that is of importance in the social development, especially in these times. And that partnership with men and recognition that men could mentor boys. So is that, so the Real Men series, which is coming up, so there's a next generation, you said.
Yes, that's the part 2 of the project.
Okay, and when does that, what's the time frame of that?
That, it should be in May. But
so you started in May?
Yes, we have already engaged them. We have some of the videos already, and we should be putting those out. And we will be looking for some partner that could give us some sponsorship to really have these put out there, maybe on television and so on, because these things cost money. And we have no money coming in from anywhere except what we beg for and when we raise funds. So sponsorship is important to our organization. But I want to focus a little bit before we end on the importance of volunteering, because in a forum like this, we're focusing on ICT, and I suppose the young girls and boys will be thinking about a career. But volunteering adds so much to your life, not only giving you opportunities that you do not have, particularly in your chosen career path, but the sense of satisfaction and well-being that you have when you become a volunteer. It makes your job more enjoyable, because you have something running alongside that that gives your life more meaning and more purpose. Because a job, to me, is supposed to give you money and allow you to live and that kind of thing. But not every job gives you that kind of satisfaction. So you could be doing whatever job. If you become a volunteer, you know that you will have a happy life.
That is excellent. And I think with our young people, we see more and more young people now joining organizations and lobbying for change, you know, dealing with issues like climatic change and so on.
Yeah.
And volunteering is part of that social contract, as you rightly said, goes beyond an education, the academics, but it really prepares you to live within a community. You mentioned, you know, videos that are posted up. So could you just briefly outline how you all engage with ICT in, you know, disseminating information about Soroptimist International and your projects?
Okay, so the pandemic has speeded things up. Most clubs are on, well, they had been, we all have websites. It would have been on Facebook, Instagram, we haven't gone to TikTok, but all the normal social media platforms we would be on, and we reach our audience that way. And we do analysis of these platforms to know the kind of audience that we have. And of course, we target certain things, so at certain age groups and that kind of thing.
So if some of our young people in the audience here from different schools and so would like to be part of Soroptimist International, what is the pathway to join?
You have to, there's no age limit, but of course, school children tend to not have the time because it's about work and lessons and exams and that kind of thing. But nobody is too young to volunteer. And if you start up in school, because we are thinking of starting school clubs, so that, but that has to be carefully managed, so that when you transition to the world of work, you could transition also to a mature Soroptimist club, as it were. And any amount of time that you have to spare to assist and to volunteer is accepted. Or any little project that you might want to do, we could give the guidance and that kind of thing.
Okay, that's excellent. So that they could reach out and within their school communities, have you all provide that sort of mentorship, whichever projects they choose.
We will be happy to have school children reach out to Soroptimist International, and you can find us online and access us. We are Soroptimist International of San Fernando, and we have 7 clubs in the country, depending on where you are. There are also clubs in St. Vincent, Grenada, and Anguilla, Jamaica, Turks and Caicos.
Excellent. So, Ms. Defental, I really want to thank you. As I said, I've heard about this organization for a very long time, and I don't know that everybody understood the amount of work that you all have been doing steadily and quietly over so many decades.
Yes,
And
this is our 60th year, our club in particular. We've been in Trinidad for 62 years.
That is amazing, and that is something that should be applauded. So thank you for sharing the 5 Ps, very important during these times. And, you know, we encourage those in the audience to join, to reach out and to partner with Soroptimist International and to be part of these projects in volunteerism. Thank you very much, and we wish you all the best.
And we are also willing to come to schools. We're also willing to come to schools.
Right.
To be invited to share in whatever they would like us to help with.
Excellent.
It has been a pleasure being here.
Thank you very much for being here and for sharing the good works that you have been doing.
Thank you, Sonia. My pleasure.
You're most welcome. Okay, so so we had a very interesting segment there, and I think we're going to move right on to the presentation. Our next presentation is Mr. Miraj in.
Yes, I am. Good
Hi.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miraj, and it is really my pleasure and privilege to introduce someone who has been involved in education at all levels for a very significant period of time, and someone who has a wealth of experience in mass media in Trinidad and Tobago. Um, it is a pleasure to introduce Mr. Vijay Maharaj. He has had various experiences in terms of his educational and background and his experience in mass media, as I said. He was educated in London, in England. He lived there for many, many years and completed his primary, secondary, and tertiary level education involved in industrial, chemical industry, lab technician, in business management, pursued several Commonwealth Press Union scholarships that took him to the London Journal, Hamilton Spectator, the Globe and Mail, just to name a few. He rejoined his family business in 1991 and has been actively involved in radio and TV Jagriti, Radio Jagriti 102.7 FM, and on TV Jagriti, as I said, but also somebody who is a very important part of our educational landscape. He is the Acting Secretary General of the Sanatan Dharma Mahasabha Board of Education since 2019. And he has also performed on different social capacities as Secretary of the Youth Arm of the Sanatan Dharma Mahasabha, an executive member of the Sanatan Dharma Mahasabha since 1983, Assistant Secretary General in 1988, and has spearheaded several projects to bring ICT to schools, to provide devices to the primary and secondary schools, especially during this time, involved in computer fair and other areas involved with ICT over the many years. His background is very detailed, so I would leave it at that. And I just want to welcome you, Mr. Maharaj, to our event this afternoon. So, Mr. Maharaj, I think I would want to, dip into that vast experience, especially in education and the combination of education with ICT, and ask you to share with us a bit your experience as an educator in terms of how has ICT impacted the 43 primary schools and the secondary schools that you manage?
Right. Well, once again, I see primary schools in particular as places to learn and to socialize. And to a greater extent also, secondary schools. It is more difficult with an online platform to have that socializing that is in the normal sphere of schooling. So as far as primary schools are concerned, when the COVID did strike Trinidad, we went into it full steam ahead. But prior to that, in 1998, the Sanatan Dharma Mahasabha was very pleasantly surprised when individuals in Scarborough, the Scarborough Education Center in Canada, offered us 240 512K Macintosh computers. These are word processors. And we brought them to Trinidad and we distributed it to our schools. And the thought at that point in time was to let our children just pound away with their fingers, learn the keyboard, and understand what a computer was. We subsequently, at the Tunapuna Hindu School Complex, which we had a fair where we had IBM, a number of persons like IBM, Apple, and so forth come about, and they started to offer their products. And that is where we first began in 1998, the introduction of computers within our school. And as we went along during the years, this was something that we began introducing very slowly but quietly, and it became very necessary at the point in time when COVID struck, that our teachers in particular were acquainted with the computer and the various forms of tablets. So what we did was that we found that the Mahasabha, we had to take into consideration that we were dealing in the primary school aspect with 5 to 12-year-olds. It was difficult for them to understand. It was difficult for them to really digest what they were going to get involved in. Education on a screen. Here it was that at home, your parents were not allowing you to watch television for more than an hour or 2 hours a day, but they were suddenly going to be subjected to having to be on a screen 4 or 5 hours a day. How were they going to treat with it? How were they going to accept it? How were they going to react to it? And this is a problem that we had. But we had a greater problem in that a lot of our schools, if not all of them, did not have the backup of the Wi-Fi and the internet providers. So we couldn't use the school environment. They were using home environment, and that was even worse because a lot of families were not able to afford for 4 or 5 children to go onto the internet. So we gradually, as time went by, we saw the need at the Mahasabha to start a purchase and to make a representation, both locally and foreign, for donations of tablets and computers. We at the Mahasabha ourselves, we bought over 300 tablets, the Amazon 7 Fire, and we started distributing it to our most needy children. I was able to, because of my international collections, DHL in Fort Lauderdale, they did a little fundraiser for us, and they purchased a number of computers and brought it down to Trinidad, free of charge, via DHL. I thank them very much. Also, there was a businessman in Barrie, Canada, just north of Toronto. He is the managing director of Primerica Brokerage. He bought a number of computers and sent it to us in Trinidad, which we distributed. Some were foreign, some were used, and so forth. So we were able to really flood the market in our schools with computers and tablets. It was now the children to react. How were they reacting? They were reacting in a manner that one would expect that you would, for the first time, get involved in something. It was a little bit scary. But fortunately, there were a number of programs that the ministry was able to put out that were helping the teachers and giving them the opportunity to liaise with their students. So it went very well indeed. It was reflected at primary schools. The advantages were there. It was very convenient. It was cost efficiency as far as school was concerned for the 2 years. It was very, but there were the disadvantages of, however.
Yes.
There were disadvantages. The disadvantage that we had was that, and it still remains, is that the younger students in first year, second year, and first standard, they're writing and reading, which school is all about.
Yeah.
Reading and writing, physical reading and writing. And like I would say to my own grandson, I would say, son, like you took a spider, put it in an inkwell and put it on the page and let it run about. That was what your handwriting looked like, you know? Yeah. And so therefore, we needed the physical aspect of a face-to-face where reading and writing, the most important thing in education, reading and writing, in my opinion. And I think being an educator for over 40 years, I think on safe ground in saying that. Also, we found that the concentration time of children were waning after maybe 15, 20 minutes. There was a wane, especially with the primary I'm referring to. There was a waning that. As I mentioned, the availability of Wi-Fi at homes, we were able to get neighbors to have children use their Wi-Fi's and their internet services and so forth. There was a lack of socializing. And this is very important for young children, the lack of socializing. The only persons they could have socialized with for 2 years was their own siblings, etc., and families. And that would have been a little drawback. Obviously, parents couldn't afford devices and so forth for 4 or 5 children. So you'd have them sharing it. So therefore, the class, it had to be staggered. And the equipment would collapse even faster, breakdowns, etc. So that is where primary schools are concerned. I'm glad to say that we have ventured into it. I would like to see it continue, but I would not like to see it be a paramount importance in primary school education at this point in time. I think it should be introduced as a subject in the curriculum. I think on a daily basis, we should have it. I think it should be used as a precursor for secondary school. It is absolutely necessary. The world is going in that direction, but our children still need to be tutored into how to use it and when to use it. And then we have this 11 plus SEA examination, which is a determination of all what happens thereafter. That's stepping stone into secondary school and secondary education. So that, yes, is where we at the Mahasabha, we went out of our way. We did as much as possible. And we are very comfortable in that our children in secondary schools today are well equipped to deal with ICT at secondary schools.
Yeah. And you talk a lot about the digital divide and how you were able to bridge that digital divide through the corporate sponsorship and through your own efforts and that sort of thing. So you do see a place then. I mean, it's interesting you talk about the inclusion of ICT at the primary level, which will provide the kind of framework for students to harness this in a productive way. And you focus as well on some of the social downsides. So do you think that going forward, post-COVID, that there is room for this hybridized approach to education engaged in ICT?
Yes, I do. I honestly do believe, but I believe it is more of paramount importance at the secondary school level. It is very, very important in secondary school level. So in other words, you begin to wean them in the first instance at primary school. And obviously, the 11 plus or the SEA examination says a lot about what takes place leading up to that period, what they can do and what they can't do, these children. So it does have a place. I would love to see it on the curriculum with immediate effect. I would like to see it there. It is not the know-all at this point in time in education. Yes, it is environmental friendly. Let's be honest. You use less paper, ink, etc., etc. It is very environmental friendly. And we have to think about the environment. So that is something that is also thrown into the pot at this point in time. At secondary school, however, I think it is a necessity that particularly our children in secondary school should be acquainted with ICT. Does our school have the capacity? We will have to bring it up to mark, obviously. The flexibility at secondary school is very important. What our children can do. And, it will improve their competency, it will improve their logistics of going into the open and tertiary education later on down the line. And that is very important in today's world of very high competitive markets for jobs. I think also it is good that it gives you space. You have space where that is concerned. That is at secondary school level, it will give you space and there will be greater virtual interaction. But once again, it will take away that particular, there will be little or no socializing other than virtual if we go in that direction totally. And you have the problem of development of a person's identity, their personal identity. these are things down the road that we have to look at.
Well, you have given us so much food for thought because you talk about the environmental friendly nature of it, but the psychosocial aspect that we cannot ignore, and trying to find a middle ground where we will embrace the use of ICT and, your perspective from primary to secondary to tertiary, that seamless use of the ICT in education, but in a balanced way. So thank you very, very much for, giving us that comprehensive bird's eye view from your vantage point as, as somebody so deeply involved in education and with the SAMS Board of Education as well. Thank you very much for your contribution, Mr. Miraj. It has been very, very valuable this evening.
I thank you for the opportunity.
Most welcome. So now I will hand over. We have our next presenter coming up. So I will hand over as we continue with the rest of this evening's events.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Deannie Whiskey John, and it is my pleasure to introduce Miss Cindy Ann Currency, who has spent the past 12 years working in the developmental field. Professionally, she has worked on projects to build capacity and address fundamental issues affecting marginalized and vulnerable communities. With a background in media and communication, she has made significant contributions to key initiatives that encourage community sustainability. Her professional career has allowed her to hone communication techniques using traditional, new, and digital media strategies to influence social and behavioral change. Cindy Ann spent 2 years working at the YMCA as the coordinator of the Youth Outreach Services, where she and her team managed and implemented programs in HIV/AIDS, mentoring, and youth leadership development, and further developing one of the YMCA's flagship programs, Shoot to Live. After spending 1 year in public service, working with high-risk communities through the Citizen Security Program, she moved on to the private sector, spending the past 8 years at the Digital Foundation, where she's now the operations manager. At the Digital Foundation, she holds responsibilities for stakeholder engagement, strategic project implementation, PR, communications, staff development, and evaluating the organization's developmental programs. Cindy Ann is a volunteer at heart. She is the current PRO at the Corpus Credit Union, where she hopes to use her influence to provide opportunities for youth. She has a keen interest in corporate social responsibility and social campaigns and their role in creating sustainable communities and fostering human development. Please welcome Ms. Currency, representing the Digital Foundation.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for that really wonderful introduction, Ms. Whiskey. I do have to share my screen, so I'm going to do that very quickly so we can get into our presentation today. So as Ms. Whiskey said, I'm the operations manager with the Digital Foundation, and today I'm going to talk to you a bit about the foundation's role in promoting and advocating for more girls and young women to be involved in ICT. But I'm also going to give you a bit of my journey and some nuggets that you can take away, and of course talk about the value in having allies. The Digital Foundation was established in 2012, and we really look at 3 main areas of focus. We work with supporting community development, improving opportunities for persons with disabilities, and strengthening digital citizens. Our global mandate is together we can create a world where no one gets left behind. And that's really important in terms of what we will talk about today, because that statement there, Hi, team. I'm so sorry about that. So let's do this again.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Let me see if I can. Okay, are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we
Right.
are.
So I think I was right here talking to you about our Girls Power Tech event. And we started this in 2019 and to 2021. And it was really important to do it at this time. We had to collaborate with some of our allies. So we went to Cisco. We had Shell Trinidad and Tobago on board with us. Loop Trinidad and Tobago, they were also our media partner. And of course, our digital business team. And really and truly, Girls Power Tech is a 2-day event that's designed to inspire young women to pursue or just consider careers in ICT. And it's meant to expose them to what's out there in the field, expose them to leaders in the industry, and provide a platform where they can interact with these persons, ask questions, get guidance, and just really be inspired. Some of the things that we learned from our Girls Power Tech, though, that I really want to share with you is our influential speakers are not just leaders in the tech space. And it's really important because I'm glad that Ms. Whiskey read out my bio. You'd realize that I don't have an IT or an ICT background. My background is in social services, right? What drives me, I'm passionate about people. I'm passionate about communities. And so our influential speakers were able to show us how important it is to have an understanding of ICT, understand new technology, and how we can incorporate that into what we do, into our daily business. And that's really, really important because we need you to understand that the digital world, this is where it's at. This is where we are at right now, and everything exists and revolves around this. And so our Girls Power Tech, we were able to have a mix of leaders. We had persons who were in ICT, persons from NASA, we had animators. I mean, we had a fashion designer, right? She was in the garment industry and showing us how she incorporated new technology to do the work that she did, right? And to promote her brand. We also realized that our leaders from Girls Power Tech were not only female, right? And it's important, and we're going to talk about allyship in about the next slide, to know that our men are here to support us. And there are men who are around us, our boys and men, they're there to support us, and we can learn from them. It's not about us owning the space and pushing out the boys. You know, it really isn't about that. We learned that our tech demonstration booths had to be really dynamic. Again, show a mixture of both male and female working together, collaborating in that ICT space. We're able to expand our reach and our targets. So we try to, find different innovative ways to get the girls involved. And it really, really works well in terms of their teams. Some of the other things that we talked about in terms of the Girls Power Tech was the hackathon and being able to think outside of the box with limited time as well as with some more time to prepare. And one of the things that we really have to stress on, and I really want you to take home, is that the collective and collaborative effort that's needed to make an impact. And that's where the allies are. And I'm really excited about this theme in particular, about the girls in ICT and the boys and men that support them, because that is the world. We were created to need each other. And it's really important to have the right people at your side to provide the guidance, to provide the support. So what's the value in allyship? And I've been saying this word, it's a buzzword now. And if you don't know it, you will know it after today. Because being an ally, it's about people or organizations that align themselves with marginalized communities to improve opportunities for you. And when I say marginalized communities, we're talking about groups. Communities can be a physical space or also a group of people. And we all understand, and I'm sure because the conference has been going on, so I'm sure you're aware of the statistics about how many girls are actually in the ICT space, how many girls and young women get involved in STEM, and why we have to advocate and why we have to do things in a particular way. And so finding allies, which are people just like RSC and Raj and his team and organizations that align and help to improve these opportunities, is really important. It's really important for today, and it's really, really important for tomorrow and our future generation. So what are some of the things that I can share with you? And right here, I want to pause because I have a really short story to tell you. And this story, it's really about sustainability, and it's called the Upriver Project. And I don't know if any of you have heard it before, but we had a group of friends, let's just say it's 3 friends, they went to have a picnic by the river. And while they were there, they noticed a baby in a basket in the river, floating down the river. So one of the friends jumped in and saved the baby. And, you know, again, it was a kind of shocking kind of thing. Of course, a baby in a river, you know. The next day, maybe a couple of days later, they went back to that same picnic spot. And while they were there, they saw another baby in a basket floating down the river. And so somebody jumped in and saved that baby as well. And they waited a while, and then they noticed 2 more babies in the basket floating down the river. And so they saved those. And they told the rest of the people in the village, like, you know, hey, something happening here, you know, there are babies in the river just at random times. And so the community then started to try to have a post, like a community post. So somebody was always there every day looking at the river. And whenever there was a baby in the river, somebody would jump in to try to save. Some days there were 1, some days there were 2, there was sometimes more than 5. And the community kind of organized themselves. They created lifeguards, you know, they learned to swim. And some days they lost babies, and some days they lost some of the community people as well. And this one day, this girl, I like to think it's a woman, she decided it was supposed to be her turn to be on post to look. And she was walking away from the team, and somebody said, where are you going? You know, we have to go in, we have to go save the babies. And she said, no, I'm going upriver to see who's throwing the babies in. And when I think about the work that we do and that we continue to do, and I continue to see, not just locally in Trinidad and Tobago, but throughout the Caribbean as well as internationally, this thrust that we're seeing to support more girls and more young women exploring the field in ICT, it brings that story back to me, you know, about how do we go upriver to see what are some of the concerns and the challenges we're having and how we can rectify that. And this year at the Digital Foundation, while we've been doing Girls Power Tech for the past 3 years, this year we're going to take an event similar to it, but we're going to primary schools, right? And we're going to try to see how we can partner with this group to see how they can interact with or do a kind of coding class with some primary school students. And of course, this intervention will be for girls and for boys. So I just wanted to share that story with you while we're at this point. Because some of the things that I've learned along the way in terms of my own personal career was how do we make decisions when it's time for us to make that next step? And I remember, you know, when I was leaving school, not really knowing what I wanted to do. And so I thought about what I could afford, what was available, and what was accessible. You know, and that was it. That was all I could muster up. And then as I got older, I realized that decision making is a lot more dynamic than just those 3 things. Because money will always be a reason why we can't do things. So saying what you can afford is really not good enough in terms of really making a good decision. You want to consider it, yes, but it shouldn't be the be all and the end all. What's available also and I'll touch on your comfort zone in one of the other points, is also not the best thing. So look for things that drive your passion. You know, look at what's happening in the larger landscape, talk to friends, and that takes me to my next point, which is your advice, getting advice on your career trajectory. Talk to people in the space. If you are interested, I mean, and even if you're not, still find out. If you're here, it says that you are interested. There is some kind of thing that's twitching, you know, inside about ICT and new technology, and find out from people like that. Expose yourself to it. Really be here and immerse yourself into this experience, because this is how it helps. It's like another layer to help you make a really good decision. I somehow cannot see what's right. Having a supportive network is really important, and you want to surround yourself with people who can assist, who can guide, who can guide you into. Even if they don't have the answer, they can send you to someone who does, right? And I mean, having a supportive network doesn't always mean, you know, going to join a club, etc. Sometimes it's just as much as you trying to not stay in your comfort zone, going on YouTube, researching, checking the internet, reading up on books, talking to people in the field. Identify the allies. And I told you before in the slide above that we had to partner with Cisco, with Shell, with Loop, with Digital Business, and that's important. Because in our work at Digital Foundation, when we decide when we work with projects for marginalized communities, especially like our persons with disabilities, it's really important to find people who can support and advocate for this. You cannot do it alone. And there are people out here, there are men out here, there are boys out here who are here to help and support you. And we just need to find them and surround them and help them to help us achieve what we need. And one thing that I really had to put in here is to show gratitude. And it's one of the things that has helped me, right? It has helped me in my career to understand where I need to go, but it also helps people to remember who you are, right? And people, when you show gratitude, people remember and they're even more inclined to help you. And this is just, it was kind of like a mind map that I wanted to share with you for just basic, decision making. How do you do this? But I also want you, because you're at this critical time in your life, to take this into consideration throughout this entire conference. What can you do to make this process come alive for you and understand what that next step is, and really take as much as you can out of this experience? So find the others. This is one of my favorite quotes. And again, it kind of ties back into allyship. Everyone carries a piece of the puzzle. Nobody comes into your life by mere coincidence. Trust your instincts. Do the unexpected. Find the others. Girls in ICT and the boys and men that support them is really important in the journey that you are on at the moment. Whether you are into hardcore ICT, or you're considering it, or you have a friend that likes it and you're just here to check it out, this is the first piece of the puzzle. And I want you to pay attention to it. I want you to reach out and connect with people that you've met here today to get more information. This is not by mere coincidence that you are here today. And this is the space where you're going to find other people who can help you in this journey and your career path. I don't know how quickly I went there. I was supposed to time this. Thank you very much. I want to come out. Thank you very much for having me here today, and for just having me here today. I really appreciate it. I hope you're able to take away some nuggets and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you so much, so very much. We're very sorry that, we would have missed a piece of your presentation, but I think you got all of it in. So thank you very much, Ms. Currency. And we hope to see you next year. Thank you. Okay, great.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. And so we're going right into our next speaker. Again, I will introduce myself just in case anyone came in. I am Deannie Whiskey John, and it is my pleasure this time to introduce Mr. Ashford Tamby. Mr. Ashford Tamby, who has been in the education sector for over 20 years and brings with him significant experience. He holds a bachelor's degree in educational administration and project management, and a master's in education with a focus on curriculum design and development. He is a final year PhD student at the University of the West Indies, focusing on teaching and learning with emerging technologies. Mr. Tamby lectures courses in curriculum design and development, project management, and digital tools for teaching and learning. He is presently the chairman of the Presbyterian Secondary Schools Board of Education that manages Naparima College, Naparima Girls High School, Hillview College, St. Augustine Girls High School, and Airi High School. He has a keen interest in working with the migrant and refugee population, especially regarding their continued education as they are displaced from their home countries. One of his favorite Bible verses that he lives by is, if anyone says, I love God, yet hates his brother, he is a liar. For anyone who does not love his brother, whom he has seen cannot love God whom he has not seen. John chapter 4, verse 20. Please welcome Mr. Ashford Tamby, the chairman of the Presbyterian Secondary School Board of Education. Mr. Tamby.
Thank you very much, Ms. Whiskey, for that welcome and that introduction. And it is indeed a pleasure to be here with you all and share in this very auspicious occasion. So as we would get started, I'd just like to share my screen so that you can have an understanding here. So really, the Presbyterian Secondary Schools Board of Education falls under the Presbyterian Church of Trinidad and Tobago. And like you can see here, these are the screenshots from all of the websites for each of the institutions that I'll be just touching a bit on. If you just do a search, you would come to Presbyterian Church of Trinidad and Tobago. There's an Instagram page, a Facebook page, and there's the website as well. I am the chair of the Presbyterian Secondary Schools Board of Education. And at the Secondary Schools Board of Education, we encourage and really motivate teachers as well as administrators. We look towards the administration and management of our schools in supporting with the principals of these schools. What really we also assist with would be the staffing of the schools. At present, and we will go through the different schools that we have. We assist in when there's the need for a subject teacher or subject vacancy, as well as the administrative roles within these schools. There are various things. If it is you just do a search for the Presbyterian Secondary School Board of Education, or the PSSBOE, as you would see, you would get our website and you would see the team that we have, the members of this board. You would see the schools and a link towards each of the schools that we manage. And we also ensure the holistic development of students, not just the academic, as the schools would also have, but we ensure that there is a form of moral and spiritual values instilled in each of the schools. So we have Naparima College, and Naparima College, if you don't know, we have all students from these schools, they write our regional examinations. That would be the CSEC examinations and the CAPE examinations. And usually you would see from these schools on the merit listing, students from these 5 institutions. This year, Naparima College, they were able to achieve the highest ranking in the country in Trinidad and Tobago for the CAPE examinations. And the student was awarded what is called as the President's Gold Medal in CAPE examinations. Another school that we have would be the sister school for Naparima College, which is Naparima Girls High School. It so happens Naparima Girls High School, they received that President's Gold Medal in 2020. Yes, in 2020, right? So the previous year. And they continue as well. It's an all-girls school, like Naparima College is an all-boys school. This is an all-girls school. We have the St. Augustine Girls High School. They also received the highest accolade in CSEC and as well as CAPE in 2019, right? So, you know, it keeps going back, and I don't think it's something really that the schools plan, but they give each other the opportunity. Sometimes they all achieve at the same time. And this is, again, an all-girls high school. Then we have the sister school for St. Augustine, the brother school for St. Augustine Girls High School, which is Hillview College, an all-boys school. And again, they also do the CAPE and CSEC examinations. And our last school would be Irie High School, which is, unlike the others, they are a co-ed school, a mixed school that consists of both boys and girls. And these schools, these 5 schools, they really excel at both the academics as well as the extracurricular activities. So the girls in ICT, and according to the United Nations, the International Telecommunication Union, they estimate that there's a skills shortfall of over 2 million jobs in the information and communication technology sector. And this would be within the next 5 years. Girls and young women who learn coding, apps development, and computer science will not only be well placed for a successful career in the ICT sector, but within ICT skills. And they are rapidly becoming a strong advantage for students in just about any field that they might choose. Girls in ICT, and this day, right, really reminds us that ICTs help us to improve the lives of people everywhere. And it is important, especially within our global community, where we see so many tragedies occurring. And they would be able, the girls would, through ICT, would be able to better improve healthcare, environmental management, better communications, better educational systems that transform the way children and adults learn. For empowering girls to choose a career in ICT is not just good for girls and their families, but it can be a major accelerator of socioeconomic development for the national level. And this is why it's important that what we are doing here with girls in ICT and the boys who support them, this is why it's so important. Because children are growing up in a world where social media, mobile technology, and online communities are fundamental to the way that they communicate, to the way that they learn, to the way that they develop themselves. And knowledge related to science, technology, engineering, math is crucial in responding to the challenges that as a society we are facing today. And ensuring that we have persons who support the girls in their ICT is integral. Girls and young women who learn all these different development of apps, right? It gives them an advantage, and they are well placed for a successful career in ICT sector, but also advanced digital skills. And they are rapidly becoming a strong advantage for students in almost any other field that they might choose to pursue. The Presbyterian Secondary Schools Board of Education really encourages all our schools, our 5 schools that we have, to continue to engage their students, to engage their girls, to engage their boys in collaboration with each other. And this is why I found it so important, and it was so interesting that we're not just only highlighting the girls in ICT, but understanding the boys who support them as well. So I would like to conclude this aspect before we might get any questions, to just say that the church really, and the board in perspective, gives the opportunity to the schools to continue to ensure that their girls are well developed, well rounded, as quite often, and if you search on their websites, you would see all the different accolades that they would have been, and competitions and things that they would have been involved in, and the accolades that they would have achieved over the years, and that they continue to merge with each other. Because although we have some schools that are dominantly girls and some that are dominantly boys, quite often these schools, they come together and they collaborate with each other, and the results are quite often, a huge success. So I would like to ask Miss Diane, are there any questions?
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Tambi. Thank you very much for sharing with us. We are not really accepting questions from the viewers, from the participants, but I would want to ask you, because you have a little time left, a few minutes, if you would like to share with us any special programs that you would have created at any one of your schools in ICT that you would want to share with us, the benefits or how it has worked for you.
Right. So over the years, all of the schools, Hillview College, they have a strong ICT department and a tech team there. And the schools, they would have been participating in various hackathons over the last few years. And most recently, I know a few of them were involved in a hackathon hosted by RSC as well. And we also see where the girls from Naprima Girls High School and St. Augustine Girls High School, they are also able to form their different IT clubs. And they would have been able to successfully implement the various programs, especially during the pandemic period. Because we know over the pandemic period, it has been difficult for many of the students in trying to adapt to the new learning styles. And what I understand is that many of these schools, they would have taken into consideration the ideas from the various students that, in how to improve their learning. And I know that throughout the schools, they would have partnered with the boys at Naprima College in doing various programs and projects, and even successfully having various fundraising events, in order to improve their communication and improve their interactivity with each other. So these are just a few of the things and that we've been doing so far.
I want to thank you, Mr. Tambi. I hear you saying that you have been using a bottom-up approach with respect to shaping your ICT program. I want to say congratulations for those great achievements. And thank you for your contribution on today's program. And we wish all your schools all the best. And all your girls all the best and in ICT. Thank you, Mr. Tambi.
Thank you.
I now turn you over to Diane.
Good evening, good afternoon to everyone. I'm sure that everyone is having a bumper session as we celebrate our Caribbean Girls, International Girls in ICT Day, but the Caribbean way. And this afternoon, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our next guest, who is from right here in the Caribbean also. He is no other person than Mr. Dayton Spencer, and he is the Digital Transformational Manager at NCB Financial Group. He is a graduate of the University of the West Indies, Jamaica. And Mr. Spencer is experienced in information technology project management with a demonstrated history of working in the banking industry. He is skilled in customer service, change management, business analysis, project design, and project management. He's a strong human resource professional with an MSc in computer science, specialization in software engineering from the University of the West Indies. So at this time, on behalf of CAPS and RSC, I welcome you, Mr. Spencer, and I invite you to give us a little information about you and your area of specialization, your business. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thanks for the warm welcome. It's a pleasure to be here. So as you mentioned, I've had a number of years of experience in banking, specializing in software development, project management. But today I'm here to present on a topic that's very passionate to me, and that is innovation, primarily in the area of software systems for domestic use. All right. I hope it's not too academic, but I'll try my best to to be as clear as possible and answer any questions based on what is being presented. All right. So when you're ready, you can just let me know.
Yes, so you can go right ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. All right, so pretty much, as I mentioned, the topic that I'm here to present on, and I have a 15-minute slot, so I'll be going through fairly briskly, is around software systems for domestic use. Basically, it speaks to a more general topic, the topic of innovation and innovation in developing countries, right? So, what's the problem or the challenge? There are systemic problems with domestic software industry, right? That retards, basically, it prevents us from realizing certain employment opportunities, which by extension leads to economic growth. And this is true, I believe, particularly within, well, my country for sure, Jamaica, where I reside. And based on research, it has shown that it's actually true throughout the Caribbean and to a lesser extent, the Latin American region. Latin America tends to be a little bit more deliberate around their involvement in that area. Right? So there is, for decades, practitioners has emphasized innovation that speaks about how do we produce for export, right? And there's little around the question of how do we produce for domestic consumption. I think it's a general statement, but it's particularly true in the era of software development. We tend to speak about how do we develop skills that can build these software systems for export to developed countries, right? And not so much on how do we satisfy our local demand. The context is that within a region, our governments and private sectors spend an inordinate amount of dollars, right? Hardly earned dollars, acquiring systems that are developed by and for large economies. So we tend to have these systems that are probably designed to match, especially within the private sector. Well, it actually applies to government equally as well. But systems that are designed for employees of 300,000, 200,000 workforce, right? We have organizations that have 900 employees, 2,000 employees. In the case of NCB, we probably have just around between 2,000, 2,500 or 3,000 employees. And we bring these systems that are designed for a much larger base at a cost that is not necessarily tailored to our environment. And the system that's not tailored to our environment. So there's a huge opportunity gap there for us to fill, right? And the question is, how do we encourage and promote development of our indigenous software industry, right? How do we have a great demand, or we're spending a lot of these dollars on importing technologies. How can we complement that with our own local development? Right? And so there's a general approach.
Mr. Spencer, your mic has gone off.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're back on. Thanks.
Yeah, so it's how do we in part, the solution lies in the development of innovation policies, right? And the type of innovation systems that we actually promote or engender within our regions, right? And this whole topic around demand side policies is basically contrasting producer type policies, right? Which is that of producing for export as opposed to generating a demand for domestic consumption, right? And I look at what is the role of government, just in a nutshell. So I'm not attempting to answer questions. I'm probably generating more questions than answers, but it's a topic that I'm very passionate about, and I just want to share with the audience, right? So innovation systems and the ecosystem metaphor are pretty much intertwined. So nowadays they have a buzzword that is called ecosystem, right? So everything we talk about an ecosystem of, which is coming from science, biology, I think primarily uses ecosystems a lot. But in modern times or recent times, we spoke now about technology ecosystems, right? Or innovation ecosystems. So it's how do we go about building an environment that has a number of actors, which is seeded, as I like to put it, by innovation policies to help to build and to nurture and to develop these ecosystems, right? And this ecosystem typically involves a number of actors. We typically have, well, sorry, before I jump to that, because I can get to that in a little bit. The innovation system is basically, if we talk about technology, we talk about, for example, or universities or schools or companies or governments, research institutions, financial institutions that provide the funding, etc. Right? How do we establish relationships that allow us to grow these ecosystems, to develop and nurture these ecosystems, right? This is seeded typically by policies, and these policies or innovation policies are the external influences that are like that inject the type of what do you call it now, energy we need to get the ecosystem going, right? Or to generate, to spur the activities within the ecosystem. And this is an example of a national innovation system, meaning that at a national level, we'll have our government that provides funding and influence through policy development. Those policies will affect our consumers, our customers, and then the innovators are playing within the field are the research institutions or enterprises or universities and various participants, right, who want to participate in that, typically either for financial gains or some other personal satisfaction. Right? And I think it's very coincidental and interesting because I believe Girls in ICT is a very good example of how we can participate in that ecosystem to help our youth to understand or to develop along those lines that I'm speaking to, I've spoken to before, right? It's initiatives like these that help to build these systems. It doesn't have to be coordinated by government or anyone else. It can be something that basically evolves, right? Through basically general participation. So the innovation policies are things that aim to promote, as I mentioned before, the development of activities within our ecosystems, right? And these are things that are based on research. So you'd find that a lot of this comes from research that may be done in other developing countries and developed countries, which has shown the path that these countries have taken to get to where they are today. For example, Ireland is probably ranked #1 in terms of innovation in the world. There's a lot of studies around how the deliberate approach that was taken for them to get to that stage, right? We have India, who is like a powerhouse in software development today. There were deliberate actions and policies that were implemented to get India to a stage now that they are dominant globally in the area of software development, right? So there has been links between the development of policies and economic activities, right? And it has shown that policies directly impact and positively influence as well as negatively influence the economic activity, right? So that's the rationale for policy design is that policy design is about identifying the problems within the system. Because when we talk about innovation, innovation is really about how knowledge is transferred between various actors. So how do we get the knowledge from our universities? How do we develop the talent that is required to meet the demands of our private sector and our public sector? How do we get knowledge that exists within developed countries? How do we transfer that knowledge to our environment so that we can participate and we can replicate and we can improve and we can innovate, right? It's identifying the challenges within the system of innovation. How do we implement policies to make it easier or to remove those problems so that we can have easy and seamless knowledge transfer, right? So that's pretty much the idea behind the development of innovation policy, right? And there's a lot of information behind this, but I'm trying to stick within the 15 minutes, right? So one area that is ripe for innovation is the concept of open innovation, right? And I'll just play a video here. But basically, open innovation is going from the concept of building internally to having an open community of participants, right? And I hope this video is about 4 minutes. I hope it's not too long. Give me a second. I have to reshare.
We are living at a time where innovation is a driving power in every industry. New ideas are crucial to the competitiveness of every business venture. And if today a company is not constantly innovating, then it is also getting constantly outdated. As a consequence, organizations cannot grow or win new opportunities. Here comes the need for innovation. There are two types of innovation: closed and open innovation. The traditional way to achieve innovation is within a company's own research and development department. We call it the closed innovation process. Closed innovation is based on the organization's complete control over the whole innovation process. However, this means that the organization is strictly keeping the developed IP out of external reach. But what are the shortcomings? Large investments for supplying the internal research and development departments, high levels of patent costs, slow innovation process, ideas down the drain, limited market share, larger risk for companies during their innovation process due to long-term planning of resource allocation. The new concept that opposes closed innovation is open innovation. Open innovation is based on permitting the free flow of organizations' internal knowledge and benefiting from external innovative solutions. But how would these models work, as sharing and gaining knowledge is always secured by IP rights? Today, misleading perceptions are that open innovation means actually open to everybody, or that open means for free, or even that open means IP-free zone. All of these are wrong. Open innovation is about exchanging knowledge and ideas between business partners, customers, universities, scientific actors, and public institutions. Legal instruments such as shared IP rights, allocation of rights through licensing agreements, or even joint ownership agreements are used. Licensing is an issue of strategic IPR management, which translates into trade of intellectual assets between different actors, patents, trademarks. There are different general models of open innovation: outside in, inside out, and coupled. Outside in open innovation draws external knowledge provided by the business and science environment to improve organizations' own innovation performance. Inside out open innovation looks for possibilities to share already available in-house knowledge with the external environment in a way which will add value to the organization. This includes not only out-licensing and transfers of rights, but also promoting spin-offs, turning to open source, etc. Coupled open innovation is a model that combines the first two. It is often narrowed down to joint development of new knowledge through collaborative partnerships, where partners share their existing intellectual property in order to create new joint ownership on intellectual assets. Coupled open innovation can take forms of joint research, consortiums, joint venture agreements, etc. These practices are part of what we call today the open innovation culture, which is also known as the cards on the table approach. In a more connected world, open innovation offers opportunities to reduce research costs, increase differentiation in the market, and create new revenue streams. It is the new way for achieving bigger and greater success for business, as well as social advancement. All these questions are focus of the mapping project. For more information, please visit the site below.
Okay, guys. So that was the brief clip. Where was I again? Apologies. All right. So pretty much that is supposed to be a simplified version of the open innovation concept, right? Which is around sharing knowledge among a community of actors, right? Which typically speaks to our research institutions, our private sector, or public sector, right? And based on this United Nations, I don't remember the exact acronym, but it's a paper from United Nations. These are some of the actors within our software industry, which typically helps to promote domestic software for domestic use, right? So what is the role of government, right, in all of this? And government plays a dual role. Government can play a lead role in that they can create the demand for software development to our local enterprises. So if the demand is created, persons will innovate around those demands, right? Because the government represents a large, employs a large portion of our population, and they also consume or use a significant number of technology resources, right? So if they create those demands for a local environment, then that will help to grow the industry, right? They, on the other hand, also play the role of the policymakers, and so they should ensure that the right policies are in place to foster the growth and development of our software industry, emphasis being placed more so on the demand side, which is how do you share standards, requirements, etc., with our let's say our fintechs or technology startup companies, so that they can produce and provide solutions to our organization, right? And that pretty much is summary of what I want to present. There's one more video, but I can forego that. The only question I leave with is, so I can share this link. It's really just around the future of banking, right? And it shows some of the things that are happening in the space today. And the question is, do we want to be a participant in that future, or do we want to be simply participants in that future, or do we want to help to create and build that future? Because it's a future that's driven and underpinned by software enterprise, right? And that's pretty much my wrap up for today. Right. I hope I stayed with everything.
All right. So I just want to thank you very much. That was an excellent synopsis of our current situation regarding innovation of software technology and so in our region. And it's very, very instructive. I am pretty sure that our audience has enjoyed this presentation from you, Mr. Spencer. And on behalf of the Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools and RSC, I thank you. And I'm sure that we are going to come to you in the future again for another one of these sessions. Hopefully next time we will have a lengthier session. So thank you very much.
No problem. Anytime. Whenever you need, I will be available. I said it's a topic I'm very passionate about, and I can go in a lot of details. So I'm open to an invitation.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, you're welcome.
All right.
Okay, good. Good afternoon again. And at this time, we want to move on to our next presenter. And our next presenter is Yana Kelly Simmons. Yes. All right. So I'm just making sure that you're here. All right. So I'm going to take the opportunity, first of all, to present you to our audience, and then I'll give you the opportunity to introduce your area of conversation. So Yana Kelly Simmons is the holder of a Diploma of Education, Bachelor of Arts in Visual Arts and Literatures of English, and a certificate in Human Resource Management. And Miss Kelly Simmons is a registered educator with the Ministry of Education for the past 22 years. She is currently the head of the Visual and Performing Arts and Physical Education Department at the San Fernando West Secondary School, as the Director and Chief Vision Officer of the nonprofit organization Arts by Creative Design. She endeavors to create opportunities for creative expression for those with whom she interacts and help make dreams come true. She firmly believes that arts education is for all. Arts education benefits all. So on behalf of the team, the principals, the Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools, and RSC, it's my pleasure to welcome you, Mrs. Kelly Simmons, to do your presentation.
Well, thank you very much. All right. I really do appreciate the opportunity that you all have given us to be a part of this wonderful forum. You know, I was able to view what's been shared for the day, And it's such a wide variety of areas, especially in terms of the ICTs and the careers, the branching careers. Now, when I was invited, I was told this is going to be a bit of an engagement between myself and the host. So I hope that you would be, Ms. Abel Jeffrey, in a position to engage me, because we didn't have like a specific topic, right? I was not prepared a specific topic per se, but what I would do is to start by taking the opportunity to share a little bit about art by creative design and how we have used various platforms to facilitate the development of our youth creatives. We are based in Trinidad and Tobago, so it's mainly in Trinidad and Tobago. And as a South organization, that's where a lot of our activities take place. So is that okay?
That's fine. Yes, right, that's fine. Just go ahead. Yes.
All right. So feel free to just engage me, right? So
yeah, sure.
I do have our website. I have it up. That's a little share in terms of who we are. So Art by Creative Design, we are a non-profit organization, and our focus is on promoting excellence in art education, training, and practice, and the appreciation of the arts in Trinidad and Tobago. And I dare say, because of our various activities and events that we have participated in, we have now been able to make connections across the Caribbean as part of one of the platforms through the Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools, By the way, congratulations on all the work that you all have been doing to motivate our students in the various fields. Now, we have many different types of platforms, so I will take opportunity as well to share with you our promo video. Give me a second, please. I'll introduce you.
Shadow places, the magic was born. Well, the tribes, they regrouped again, fought their wars on a brand new plane, and through their strife, their manhood was reborn. And so from all this bacchanal, life is now a festival, and you can hear the children sing.
Art by Creative Design is a non-profit organization incorporated in 2017. It is led by a team of educators who've come together to play their part as citizens interested in the development of the education system of Trinidad and Tobago. ABCD advocates for an emphasis to be placed on the promotion and facilitation of arts education, from which the benefits to our society are wide-ranging and multifaceted. A decision was made to create an innovative and cohesive approach that would assist in bringing about a positive change, especially in arts education at the secondary school level. Our one-of-a-kind projects are designed to facilitate the implementation of visual and performing arts curriculum, so an understanding of elements of what is being used in our nation's school at all levels is key. As a result, consultation with officials of the Ministry of Education Curriculum Development and Planning Division, our young learners, and other stakeholders is critical to the development process.
Not one name, not one will I call, because the name of you will make the others seem small. But I hope when they hear my song, it will keep them proud and strong. And the ones with a man might just run and sing along. When we say love, when we say love, when we say love.
Art by Creative Design has introduced to the community of Trinidad and Tobago our flagship projects. As we move forward to obtain our objectives, the ABCD team is focused on the next phase, which is to design and utilize instruments to measure the impact of our activities. The data will allow us to further illustrate how our programs have improved our young creative artists, how the learning's impact on academic performance, performance in other non-art subjects, and learners' overall well-being and development. We want children to learn to love learning, and we believe that art education is key to attaining this for every child in our nation's schools. We're on a mission to encourage everyone to dream, create, and achieve. We believe art education for all. Art education benefits all.
So that was just a little bit about what we have done. And in the promo video, we would have mentioned some of our platforms.
All right, so thank you so very much. And it's very interesting what you have done so far. And you have said that this is just a snippet of what you have done so far. So we'd I would give you an opportunity now to speak about some of the other ventures that you have undertaken. I've noticed also that you are also in physical education. So, and I know that there is an area of innovation right now that started in somewhere in the 1990s with esports. So I don't know if there's anything that you would have done in at ABCD to promote that area of technology.
Right, so I'm glad you mentioned it, because actually this afternoon, as part of the GICT sessions at 4 o'clock, ABCD will be presenting a special focus on esports, where we have Mr. O'Connor, who will be coming in to share exactly what is esports and how it benefits persons who are involved in the area. You know, gaming is very popular right now. So, you know, I'm just taking it back, go back a little bit, because, you know, you mentioned physical education. And I am actually the head of department of both the visual and performing arts and the physical education department at my school. So I've been able to see in a very practical way how it works, how the two areas connect. One of the areas in terms of the curriculum design itself is that dance is actually a component as part of physical education, as well as one of the options that students are required to prepare for is gymnastics. And, you know, just by me mentioning those two areas, you can get a sense of the how the areas overarch, right, in terms of physical health and well-being and movement, because that really holds the whole idea of movement, understanding movement is really the underpinning of the dance curriculum, right? So in terms of the esports, however, what it does, it moves the concept of sports, of that aspect of it, into the digital media realm, which again reconnects us to the visual arts curriculum and understanding how that works. So esports, for most people, think about it as gaming. So everybody this afternoon, we're having a Rocket League session, right? And you know, you see all these young people who are sitting behind the computers and the television sets with their consoles and, you know, busy engaging, and you wonder, well, what's the benefit of that? So far, we at my school, San Fernando West Secondary, we've actually initiated an esports club. And just by the sharing of the key information in terms of what goes into the whole development of the students working together, the team skills, communication, and then outside of that, you know, they have this catchphrase now. There was a catchphrase in terms of the soft skills, and you know, that focus in education in terms of developing those areas: collaboration, communication, critical thinking, creativity, all those things, into developing the students. And you know, you think of it as being outside of the curriculum. More and more now, we are recognizing, no, that is really what should form the basis of how we educate our students in the 21st century, for the 21st century. And esports is a way of doing just that in a medium, through a medium where the students are fully engaged and they are having a good time, they enjoy it. I've seen these students work together and develop responsibility skills in terms of taking care of their equipment, setting up things that we might take as granted. But when they go out now into the real world, right, into the world, these are some of the core skills or what we like to call behaviors that employers are going to pay attention to, right? Even colleagues, and it really sets them up in order to be successful. So that's the e-sport. I just want to also now touch on, we talked about the platforms, and they were mentioned in the promo video, but I want to speak specifically to them, right? So one of our main platforms is Evolve, and Evolve is our student art exhibition. And I need to get that in there in terms of our conversation, because while previously we would have focused on students and asked students to contribute pieces from Trinidad and Tobago, this year we want to open it up to across the Caribbean so that students in the various schools, institutions, they can submit their artwork to be part of our virtual display. And in Trinidad, we're going to have a live display, hopefully, God willing, right? Our tagline is arts education for all. Arts education benefits all. And our organization embraces the participation from persons from as young as 3 years old or up. Because we've seen how the experience has worked to improve the students' attitude. So we're not talking just skills. We're not talking about developing knowledge, right? Just giving them, feeding them knowledge alone, but in terms of attitudes. And our students have emerged from that particular platform being more confident, more willing to share their work. They feel good. We've had students who have sold their pieces. Now, with the Evolve, we don't just exhibit in one space. We actually go out into the community and ask businesses in the community to give us a wall, give us a little space where we can have these students' artwork displayed. And we also have a comment section. So the students at the end, they don't only experience the feeling of having their work displayed, but they have an opportunity to get feedback from the communities in which they live. And that helps them move on and feel brave and to really commit to developing their talent. Our participation in the GICT is really connected to another one of our platforms, which is our careers in the arts. So when we first started, we focused on photography. And photography is all part of the digital media, and we had a number of professionals in the field speak to our students. And, just getting people who are proficient in their field come and speak to these students and tell them about their work and where they can see them being successful at their creative talents, honing their creative talents. It has resonated with the students, and again, helps develop that attitude aspect of it that we sometimes, we focus on the cognitive and the psychomotor, but we forget about the affective development of these students as well sometimes. And it has always been very wonderful to view the end result of from our students' participation in our events.
And that's quite a lot that you have said there, because I was thinking that my next question to you would have been, how are we going to ensure that the entire region is going to benefit from this very, I would say that it's such a useful initiative. And I'm thinking that it shouldn't stay only in Trinidad and Tobago, but it should be shared with the rest of the region. And I'm happy to hear that you have been doing that. You have started it actually. And I'm also hearing that the students are getting opportunities to display their work out there and to get criticisms that would help them to grow. And we know that this is very good. We also heard that the development of character in terms of their attitude and their confidence and so on, how much the art and education is helping, and the embracing of the art and the technology, that is so good. So I'm very happy to hear the many things that ABCD is engaged in at this moment.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm mindful of the time, so you give me a little time check, because this morning, You talk about the engagement across the Caribbean, right? And that's one of the reasons why we were so happy to be invited to be a part of the sessions this year. Because you get an opportunity now to engage with students a little differently. And I am in San Fernando West, South Trinidad, and we were able to engage students of Hillview College this morning. And North Trinidad, and these are the boys, right? Some young men, and they represented their film and photography club, and they shared the work from their annual exhibition. Now, these are, I know one of the presenters, he's in Form 2. He's a little boy, right? And he presented so well and so confidently about his own involvement and how being involved in that club, how it has impacted on him and has helped him grow. And he spoke so clearly. So for me, beyond just what he had to share about the club, seeing him in action, right? Seeing him presenting before in this virtual space and making use of the media and being so confident to do that says so much more. And it's because of the opportunities that came from him being involved in the film and photography club that he was able now to develop another aspect of himself. The president spoke, and he spoke about his own involvement from Form 2, and he is in Form 6 now, and he's been elected president twice. He spoke about his varied interests, and some of them, the average person might think that they're not connected, disconnected. But he was able to show and to express the connections between these various disciplines. And if I would like to leave anything, I would, and as part of our mission as ABCD, is to have more persons value the fact that arts education is not just skills building, but it is really holistic in the development of the individual, right? Because the skills that young man has learned from being involved in the film and photography club, he can now carry those skills to any area, in any forum. When he gets even though he can become an entrepreneur and he can have that confidence to lead and to develop his own products. And if he works for someone else, he can speak about it because he has done it for the Caribbean girls in ICT forum. He did it already. And so that, again, I must congratulate the organizers, collaborators for continuing to create this space, this safe space for our young people to show the talents that they have and the skills that they have, and to foster that and to celebrate them. I really do wish you all the best where that is concerned, right? So you talk about what we have, www.artbycreativedesign.org. That's our website page. If you were to join us, you will see all the various things that we have done, right? So let's take a little quick run through I know that we are wrapping up. Yes, just about. All right, so let me just take a little quick share screen a little bit. So during the course of the day, we have been sharing our booth access. So this link will take students through, and anybody, through our various store of resources. There are several virtual exhibitions here. We have exhibitions from the boys at Hillview College, as well as one of our stakeholders, Young Snaps, which is a teen photography club that's being championed by Mr. Artist teacher, Mr. Sion Thompson, as well as we have our own Enkindle virtual exhibition. You can have access to that. So I will share those things with you so you will have it as well. And on our website, you can visit and view our various projects. Including our Careers in the Arts, Junior Creative Studio, etc. So So we are excited to have more persons across the Caribbean be a part of what we have shared. We like our careers in the arts. And it's easy to navigate, and you can see how you can all become part of this movement. We have other resources as well, which falls under our features, where which you can make use of in your classes. So feel free for anyone who educators within your community, whether informal or informal spaces, you can go on and you can make use of the resources that we have available for everyone. So yeah, plenty of opportunity to get involved. Miss Abel Jeffrey, you know, and you can reach out to us as well.
And very interesting indeed, because I am in agreement, and I am an advocate for using art in education also, the creative arts and different, the visual arts and everything, you know, so that the students can develop other areas of intelligence rather than just the academics that we traditionally stick to. And as you've said, it's a holistic development. When we introduce these kinds of opportunities to them, when we go to these alternative forms of educating our students, we know that we are building students for the future. We are not just building them so that they can regurgitate things, but they can really create and contribute more meaningfully to the development of their society. So
thank you for stressing on that last point. Yes.
Yeah, and you are doing a marvelous job right here in the Caribbean. You know, we have this platform that our students can get into, that they can use to really hone the talents that they have. A lot of them, they have the talents, but they don't have the platform to really bring out the talents. And you are doing just that, creating that platform for them.
Thank you very much. And do look out for our invitation to the wider Caribbean to be part of our Evolve project for 2022. This year, ABCD is marking 5 years. We're so excited, happy about that, as we move forward with our major project, our Creative Arts and Innovation Academy. And we are excited to have that innovative project get off the ground.
All right. And I thank you very much on behalf of the Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools and the RSC team for taking time off to come and present to us this innovative, inspirational, beneficial opportunity and information that you have shared with us this afternoon. And as you said, you were following some of the sessions throughout the day and you have been enjoying it. So I thank you very much on behalf of the team for spending time with us.
You're welcome.
Especially for the presentation.
All the best for your future endeavors.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
All right. Okay, and I now turn over to our next presenter, our next moderator, sorry, to introduce our next presenter.
Good afternoon. It is my privilege to introduce our guest, Dr. Helen Cumberbatch, at our Girls in ICT 2022, where our international theme speaks to access and safety. And we're privileged to have Dr. Cumberbatch from COSTAT, the College of Science, Technology and Applied Arts of Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Cumberbatch is a student affairs consultant, an interim head of the Division of Student Affairs at COSTAT, a former Fulbright scholar. Her work and research have focused on the experiences of non-traditional college students, particularly first generation and academically underprepared students. She's a strong advocate for the creation of opportunities and pathways for students who lack the resources, support, and confidence needed to achieve their goals. And we really want to heartily welcome you on behalf of the Caribbean Association of Principals and RSC to a platform where we celebrate the opportunity for girls to have access. So over to you, and we look forward to your presentation with great anticipation. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, and I thank you all for having me here today. I'll just chat for a few minutes. I'm really happy to be here to share with the participants. This morning, I know some of you would have been present at this morning's session. This morning, I had the privilege of talking about some strategies to help us manage the relationships that are critical to us moving forward and achieving our goals as individuals, our dreams, our aspirations, etc. And so I spoke on the topic of I just can't wait to be king, and I gave leadership and life lessons from the movie The Lion King. I quite enjoyed sharing, and I trust that those that were in attendance also did receive and enjoyed the session as much as I did. This afternoon, I want to talk from another angle. I want to talk about a topic that has been at the forefront of my mind. And so I'm probably singing the same tune every opportunity I get to talk to students. It's been at the forefront of my mind since the start of the pandemic. And that's the topic resilience, the whole notion of resilience. At the start of the pandemic, I was living and working at a university in the US. I had just finished my dissertation when the pandemic hit. And so I was stuck in the US for almost a year after, and I continued working while I was there at the university. And one of the things that stood out to me was the extent to which the students displayed resilience. So we had, I lived in a community where I lived and worked in a community where there were a lot of international students and students who were stuck in the US, who wanted to be home, they wanted to get home to their families. We were dealing with issues of food insecurity. There were so many students that had nothing to eat. Student organizations and staff of the university and university management got together and formed, organizations. They collaborated so that we can ensure that students at least had something to eat, and it occurred to me there were so many issues resident within the student community that not all of us were aware of. As a student affairs professional, there were some things that were novel to me. But the one thing that stood out was the extent to which these students displayed a great measure of resilience. And they had to, to a large extent, they had no choice. Some of them, we had students from as far as China, we had students from Oman, we had students from many different countries. They had no choice but to display resilience. And so it had me thinking, as educators, we talk a lot when we think about the key skills, the core competencies that we want our students to possess outside of their academic skills. We talk about things like critical thinking, which is important, coping strategies, conflict management, etc. All very important skills, but resilience is a skill. I would say, I read in an article where it was talking about resilience being the skill of the future, and I tend to agree with that. I think it's important that as we engage our students, as we support our students, that we equip them to be resilient, particularly in the face of adversity. So we're now all navigating a pandemic. This is new territory for many of us, and the extent to which we are resilient will determine how we can go on, how we can continue, how we can progress, towards our goals in spite of what is happening around us. So I want to tell a little story that I shared it with the incoming students at COSTAT last year, because I felt it so nicely packaged the notion of resilience, but it's based on something that I experienced. And I tend to see the things in happening around me. Like, when I looked at The Lion King the second time around, I was able to develop this message that speaks to, all the leadership and life skills that come out of it. And so I tend to look at the things that are happening around me, and I get, profound messages from them very often. So when I lived in Ohio, there was this beautiful flower bed in the apartment complex that I lived in. They were the most gorgeous yellow flowers, a beautiful bed of flowers. There were flowers all around, but that particular flower bed stood out to me. And so I would pass by, every time I'm going by, I would look at these flowers, you know, just gaze upon them, admire them. They were so beautiful, a rich yellow. They stood strong and confident among all the other flowers. They were in season. We're talking here about the height of spring when I'm noticing these flowers. And so they were in season, they were in bloom. And I would always pass and admire the flowers and think, if my mother were in Ohio with me to see these beautiful flowers, because she loves flowers, you know? And so I would, every time I passed by, I would see the flowers, I would admire them, you know, talk to myself about the flowers. And I remember as I continued in the summer, they remained standing bright. We get to fall now, and flowers, of course, are starting to fall. They're starting to change their colors, etc. So I passed by the flower bed one day. I was going for a run and I just walked by the flower bed. And I noticed that a lot of the flowers there were brown. They were starting to turn brown, but there was this one flower that had maintained the rich yellow color for some reason. So that flower caught my attention. It caught my attention because the seasons had changed. The times had changed. The others were reacting to what was happening in terms of the environment and the weather and etc. But this one flower had maintained its shine and it was just glowing in the midst of this season, these changing seasons. And that flower caught my attention. And so it had me thinking, that's what happens with us as individuals. When things are happening all around us and problems and people are falling by the wayside under the pressure of stress and that sort of thing, and we, for some reason, continue to stand, then we capture the attention of people who are looking on. Because there are others who need that support. They need that encouragement. They need to see that in spite of what is happening around them, somebody can continue to stand. And so they draw from that. And so that flower sort of represented that to me, but it had me thinking, this is what happens when we are able to stand, and we aren't all able to. We treat with life's trials differently. They have different effects on us. We are human. But there is something about when we're able to stand in the face of adversity that we capture the attention of others. And in many cases, it might be the attention of those who need that support and need some encouragement. And so I'm paying attention to these flowers. I continue to pass by. So now this flower really has my attention now because flowers are turning brown and he's just there yellow. So we get to the height of winter, and of course it's not, and the scientists would probably say scientifically possible for it to continue to thrive and bloom under those conditions. So naturally, like all the other flowers, it turns brown. So I'm going by one day again, and the flower bed is covered with snow, but I am seeing this little brown thing peeking out through the snow. So all the others are covered, but in the spot where this yellow flower once stood, it's bent over, it's not uprooted. The others are uprooted. This flower isn't necessarily uprooted. It's bent over, but it's brown, but it's peeping out through the snow. And so, of course, this flower now is becoming a whole story for me. It's like I'm drawing all these analogies from the experience with this flower. And I'm thinking, this flower has gone through it. Life has taken its toll. The seasons have come. It's no longer in its bright, shining season. He's no longer the star. He's browbeaten. He's brown. He's bent over. He's covered by snow. But he's still peeping out. This is what is going through my mind. This flower is still peeping out. The others are totally covered. And I looked at the flower one day, talking out loud to myself, and I said, this flower refuses to give up. That's what I got. The flower refused to give up. Now, really and truly, the flower disappeared by the end of winter. The flower, you know, I saw the thing lying down there. You saw little remnants of it, etc. But in my mind, this thing was fighting a good fight. And it had me thinking, this is what we need to do, because trials will come. So we will get all the good stories. We'll get the stories of encouragement. We'll get all the motivational speeches, which are things that we all need. I look forward to that. I might sometimes just pull out my phone and listen to a motivational message to keep me going. But we also need the realistic picture so that we have a healthy balance. And the reality is that life will bring challenges our way. But how do we react in the face of these challenges? So do we fall down? Do we lay over? Do we accept defeat? Or do we fight? And this is where that resilience comes in. And it is practice. It is learned over time. It is not that you're born resilient, you know. There are some people, because of their life's experiences, you might say to yourself, this person was born with this particular gift. truth be told, they may have gone through a lot before you even came into their lives. And so they're at the point where they have developed this resilience and this grit and this mettle and determination, because it is do or die. For many of us, that's where we find ourselves, you know, is do or die. And so we have to choose. And I really want to encourage the students that are listening here today. You choose to stand in the face of adversity. I'm not going to give you a picture of once you choose to stand, everything is going to be fine. No, you'll continue to face challenges. Things will come in your way. There will be hurdles. There will be obstacles. When I was introduced, you heard the speaker say that I advocate for academically underprepared students, for underrepresented populations, because there are some students who just don't have the agency to advocate for themselves. They don't have the resources, the know-how, etc. And so those of us who are able to, we have to support them. But on the side of the student, it means now fighting through some things, not laying down and rolling over and playing dead, but fighting through some things and developing that mettle and that grit that will help you to survive, because life is not a bed of roses. Life is not perfect. Life doesn't just, you know, come, everything comes easily. We have to fight and we have to stand for some things. So I thought a bit about how do we go about developing this resilience? What is this resilience about, you know, and what does it, how does it manifest itself rather? It means understanding that life will come with challenges. It means accepting that that is part of life. And it also means that we have a part to play in overcoming these challenges. And so some of the things we're talking about that form the recipe for this resilience would be determination. You have a goal, you're going after your goal. It doesn't matter what they say. And this morning I shared with the students that I had a goal. I thought I was in the flowers in season, yellow, in primary school, at the top of my game. And the teachers say to my parents, oh, she's so bright, we're giving her a skip from 3 to 5. I was on my way. I could swear to Holy Name Convent. I was ready. I was seeing myself in the gray and blue. And then, I think that was the color of the uniform at the time. And then I get the skip. And I go from being at the top of my game, going all the way down, because my math competence, which was already not the strongest, was weakened even more, right? And so this dream that I had of going to this school, it soon faded away. I passed for my last choice. And I went on to Woodbrook Government Secondary, where I worked, I met good people, I formed good relationships, but I was reminded by many people in that space that I didn't have what it took for university, because I wasn't good in math. I was bad in math. That's you know. And so I believed that, and I went from being in this yellow blooming flower to brown and withered and falling over. But then I got some encouragement. I was told, become a secretary. That's all you'll ever do. And that's what I did. I bought that story, and then I got encouraged to go on to university way in my 20s. And I did. And I started to see that these dreams that I had should not die. I can get into education. I wanted to be a teacher. I can do that. I can, you know, there's still a chance. And I now purposed in my heart that I was going to go on. And so I kept on pressing, you know, until I am where I am today. But it took a community of people to help me out. It took my faith in God. It took my determination and my grit. And so that resilience comes with building that determination that you are going after this thing. It doesn't matter what the negative people say, what the naysayers say, I'm going after this thing. It means it takes courage. It takes courage. It takes courage to develop resilience, courage to go in the face of adversity, courage to go after a goal that seems unattainable, you know, courage to pursue this thing that everybody's telling you you're not going to get. It takes courage to develop that resilience. Start working on building that courage. And what does that courage look like? We're talking faith over fear. Now, sometimes, you know, people talk about don't fear, you know, you can't be fearful. That's part of who we are. It's a natural inclination, you know, we're human. So it is now fighting that fear with faith. And that is where, that is what helps to build that courage, you know, and give you that encouragement and that stimulus to move on. And so we're looking at determination, courage, faith over fear, and a boldness that is sometimes unprecedented. You want to be so bold that people looking at you and wondering if you're going mad. They're wondering what's happening with you. How dare you dream so big? How dare you believe that you can do these things that you say you can do? That's boldness. Boldness when people from your community, I went to school with children from all sorts of privileged communities. I grew up a little girl in Cocorite. How dare you dream to do big when typically people from your community don't ascend to lofty positions or don't do all of these great things? How dare you? But I dare to dream big and I dare to be bold in spite of. And that's what I want you all to do. Dare to be and go after it. And in so doing, you develop resilience because you have a goal. And you may start off with other students and you have your contemporaries, you start at the same place, you're heading to the same place, but the journey will be different. For some of them, it's a straight route. For you, there might be bumps and curves, etc., but you're going after your goal. That's what you're doing. You remain steadfast in your mission. This is what I'm doing. Stay focused on your goal. You will hear talk from the left, talk from the right. People are coming in with all sorts of stuff. You stay focused. And I'm wrapping up now, but I want to say what you don't need is an abundance of confidence. It doesn't mean, because there might be some of us among, some of you among here, some of us who may not necessarily have all the confidence that it takes to do the things that we want to do. That's okay. That's where the faith comes in. And where you don't think you have all that it takes, but you're still going after it. That is resilience. If you're confident and you feel, yeah, it's a bed of roses, it's easy, I could just skate through life, then it may not mean developing that grit and that mettle. But you don't necessarily need to have all the confidence. You don't need to be fearless, but you need to manage your fear. You need to overcome those fears, but it doesn't mean you start from a position of fearlessness. You don't need all the knowledge. You know you're going there, you know you want to become a chef or a pilot or a hairdresser or whatever you want to do, or a mechanic, whatever you want to do. You know you want to do it. You do not have all the information. You do not have all the knowledge. You're seeking out the knowledge, you're seeking out the information, etc., but you're going on. You may not necessarily have all the resources. You may not come from a family that has the resources to get you to the next level, whatever it is that you might want to do. You may not have all the people around you to give you the information, the support, the help that you need to guide you through, but you're going. You're going because you have a goal, and like that flower, you refuse to give up. So I really want to encourage you as I wrap up. I want to encourage you, develop that resilience, that boldness. You know, I'm not trying to make this just a bright, sparkly speech. I want to be realistic. Life will bring challenges for all of us. The extent to which we're able to cope and move on to the next level will be determined by the extent to which we are resilient. So I want to encourage the students. I want to encourage the educators. This is the parents. This is something we want to foster in our children, this boldness and this resilience. As a parent, it's something I did with my own children. And I really want to encourage you. So I hope you're encouraged by this message of boldness, resilience. Go for whatever it is you want, whatever your desire is, that career, that life that you want to live, as long as it is good and it is decent and it is to the benefit of the greater good. You're not trying to do anybody harm. Go after it. And I wish you all the best. I wish you every success in the pursuit of your goals. And I hope that you develop that boldness to achieve your goals. God bless you all. Thank you.
Dr. Cumberbatch, that was the most stimulating of delivery of motivational encouragement of speech for students. I really want to say thank you. Even I have goosebumps at this stage. Really, really enthralling. And the lessons that you've shared just in simple experiences would have brought relevance and authenticity to what you delivered. So no, it wasn't just a nice flowery speech. It certainly resonated with me. And if our students understand what you are saying to them about resilience and how important it is just really to commit themselves to a path and to make the choice, to make the conscious decision to do so that they could be successful in spite of adversity, I say thank you and celebrate this very energetic presentation indeed. And thank you very much. I am Shara Carrington. Thank you. I'm Shara Carrington James, President of the Principals Association of Trinidad and Tobago, partnership with our Caribbean Association, CAPS. Thank you very much. I want us at this stage to move to another presentation. And that presentation would be done with Mr. Kieran Wright. More sharing, Girls is in ICT 2022 access and safety. So that session would be up shortly.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Let me just share with you about this CEO who's going to wow us with crypto Caribbean currency and money bags. He's the CEO and co-founder of Crypto Caribbean Education and Consultancy Limited and host of the Crypto and Cognac podcast. The cognac, I heard about refreshments, but I hear you. Mr. Wright leads the largest crypto-themed community in the English-speaking Caribbean and is one of the most sought-after speakers on the topic in the Caribbean. Welcome, sir. This is Tech World, this is Tech Day, this is encouragement for our girls. So I hand over to you to share with us just all that you're doing in the tech world that is anchored in finance. We're all interested in financial sustainability and so on. So over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys for having me. I love what you guys are doing. As the father of a teenage girl myself, it's very, very important for me to see these types of initiatives. And that was part of the reason why I chose to participate. A lot of people, when they hear cryptocurrency, the initial thing that they think about is the currency side of things. But what I want to talk to you guys about a little bit more today are the opportunities, not just to earn in the crypto space through investing and through financial opportunities, but the opportunities present for working and earning an income, whether it be salaried or whether it be via business in this space. So for those of you who may not be familiar with what cryptocurrencies basically are digital or virtual currencies that use cryptography as a means of processing transactions and validating those transactions. I know a lot of you guys would maybe be a little bit more aware than your parents are, because you guys have been engaged in the space of virtual currencies, either through your video games, either through social media, and the various other modes of communication that you guys have. And I know that over the last 2 years, based on my experience with my own daughter, that a lot of your lives would have been conducted virtually, whether it be school or whether it be socializing with your classmates or friends. So as we talk about this cryptocurrency space, as we talk about blockchain, as we talk about this new technology, I think it's important for us as a community in the region to focus on the fact that this is new technology. And oftentimes the Caribbean has found itself behind as it relates to the development of new technologies. And that's why I think it's important for us now to embrace this new technology, just as we would have been required to embrace the internet when it was introduced many years ago, and not to take an adversarial approach to it, not to be afraid of it, but to really seek out the information and seek out the opportunities. Because had we done that in the mid-90s, early 2000s, the Caribbean would be a lot further along than we currently are in the internet space. And I see blockchain, I see cryptocurrencies being just as disruptive as the internet was. What the internet would have done to democratize the sharing of information and the sharing of data, I believe that cryptocurrencies and blockchain will do for democratizing finance, for democratizing economies. And a lot of times we don't get the value of these opportunities early on because we live in Western societies where we have access to credit cards, we have access to banks, we have access to ATMs and online shopping and those kind of things. We have skyboxes and that kind of thing. We don't see the value necessarily, but even within our Caribbean community, there are a lot of people who fall into the category of being unbanked or underbanked, meaning that there are people who do not have access to the traditional banking system. There are a lot of people who do not have access to, even if they may have a bank account, may not have access to credit. And what that does is that it presents a hindrance to your participation in the global economy. So for example, if you don't have a bank account, you can't do online banking, right? Whether it's with a debit card or a credit card, right? Which closes you off from a lot of different opportunities. If you don't have access to credit, a lot of people, their economic development is restricted based on this. So for example, most of us can't buy a car cash. You know, I live in Trinidad and Tobago, a car is around 200,000 and up. For a new car, most people can't afford to buy that cash. So without the access to credit, someone can't afford to own a car. Similarly with homes, a home may run you anywhere from 750,000 and above. If you don't have access to credit, you may not be able to own a home. And even as it relates to education, as you young ladies will be looking to branch off into in the next few years, some of you sooner than the others, if you want to go abroad, even if you want to stay locally, your parents, your families may not necessarily have the funds, cash available for you to be able to pursue your education. If they don't have access to credit, it means that your ability to pursue your tertiary education is now being retarded. So I think it's important for us to understand that this new decentralized economy presents a tremendous amount of value outside of just buying Bitcoin and watching the price go up, as the case may be. But in terms of its ability to create inclusivity for those who have not traditionally been able to participate. And you ladies, you young ladies have the opportunity to really be a part of that and to join this industry, join this economy in its infancy. You know, how many of us wished we would have, gone and learned coding or website development back in the early 2000s, and where would we be now in terms of developing websites, developing Facebook? Imagine had Facebook, Google been founded in the Caribbean. That is the opportunity that I think is in front of us right now, and I would love to see one of you lead, the charge in founding the next Google or the next Facebook, as the case may be, the next Twitter, and having Elon Musk purchase it from you. And there are tons of different opportunities. You could be a developer, you could be a data analyst, you could do as I am in the space as a business development expert. I've spent almost 20 years in the traditional financial environment doing business development and relationship management, and I have now been able to transition those skills into this space. There's space for marketers, there's space for financial analysts, data scientists. So when people think of this space, oftentimes they only think of crypto trading. And while yes, there are opportunities for crypto traders, there are a host of different opportunities. I do a lot of work with creatives in the space who are using NFT technology. NFTs are just another form of tokenization taking place on the blockchain, so non-fungible tokens. And what it allows is for individuals to put any form of data, whether it be a picture, whether it be a video, whether it be a song, onto the blockchain and be able to have true ownership be represented through that. So we do a lot of work with regional artists and regional creatives who are now using blockchain technology to further their skill set in that space, because now what blockchain allows is that it allows for the removal of intermediaries. So for example, a lot of digital artists, a lot of traditional artists who are now entering the digital space can now sell their work directly to their customers. Cryptocurrencies have something known as smart contracts built into it, which allows for these artists to build in royalties, and these royalties can be paid in perpetuity. And what that looks like is, for example, in the traditional space, you have an artist, they create a painting and they sell it. They sell it for $1,000 and they receive the $1,000. And then as their talents grow and their exposure grows, they become very popular. And the person who they would have sold that piece of art to sells that art over for, let's say, $100,000, because now they are a famous artist. That artist who would have created that piece would not receive anything out of that second $100,000 sale. And let's say that artist moves on from this life and is a huge celebrated artist, and now their paintings are being sold for millions of dollars, like Basquiat, for example, if you guys know who that is. That $1 million is only there to be received by the person who would have sold it the second time around. As compared to in the NFT space, because these royalties are built into the smart contract, when that artist sells that art the first time, they get $1,000. Let's say they would have built into the smart contract a 10% royalty. When it was sold the second time for $100,000, that artist would get 10% of that sent to their wallet automatically. They don't have to be around when that sale is conducted. They don't even have to be aware that that sale was conducted. But the smart contract is going to pay the royalties directly back into their wallet. So now that artist has made $10,000. That artist has now moved on from this life, and that painting sells for $1 million. That smart contract is still paying out the royalties, and whoever is the artist beneficiary who would have received that wallet now would get 10% of that $1 million payment. So there are tremendous opportunities, not just for those who are looking to trade. There are tremendous opportunities for those in the creative space. We have a lot of artists, regional artists, who are producing NFT music albums. We have people like Tough Like Iron. We have Chantel Lane out of Barbados. We have Halik out of Barbados. We have people like Anya Ayongchi out of Trinidad and Tobago, who recently released her latest clothing line as digital wearables. She was the first Caribbean designer to be featured in the first ever Metaverse Fashion Week held on the Central Land, a huge historic achievement, and that is somebody right here in the Caribbean. There are tons of people, there are tons of projects being built out of the Caribbean. You know, there's Alti.com, which is a digital wallet that integrates with WhatsApp and Telegram and Discord. That was built right in Barbados. We have, actually the first central bank issued digital currency ever in the world was done right in Bahamas, right out of the Caribbean here. And now we have the Eastern Caribbean launching their digital currency. Jamaica has recently launched their digital currency, the Jamdex, or piloting that currency. Barbados, again, being the first country in the world to set up a virtual or a digital embassy. So for the first time, I think the Caribbean is in a position where we don't have to wait to participate. You know, we are in a position not just to participate, but to dominate in this space. And I look forward to you guys taking up the mantle and really running with it, taking these opportunities that are available to you, seeking it out, going to your parents, speaking to them and saying, listen, I see opportunities here. I have a passion for this. Let me figure out how to do it. Guide me, find the information. And there's a lot of information out there that's free. There are traditional routes to do so. I myself have gone to Duke University for my further education in blockchain, which I completed last year. I did a master's degree in blockchain. So there are opportunities, whether you seek out the traditional space, whether you do like I initially did and commit an insane amount of time to finding the information yourself, it is out there. So don't let the cost, don't let the size of the space deter you. You ladies have what it takes, and the gentlemen who support you. I want to see as many of you guys out there as possible.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright, for sharing your wealth of experience and giving our young people the encouragement to think outside of the box on instruments of investment. I like the democratization of finance line that you would have had, because it's something that you've applied. So I really want to say thank you very much. And I hope that the awareness that you have shared with us today would be something that our students would really take to heart, because financial security and access because of the technology is what is going to change their lives.
100%.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
and
very
all
much.
the best. And
as well.
I am going to investigate this cognac business that is going on there that I'm now aware of. So pleasant evening and thank you very much.
You as well.
All right. We now have our next presenter coming up, our moderator, and the next presentation. So I hand over to Ms. Gongora.
A pleasant good afternoon. My name is Eugenia Gongora, principal of New Hope High School, and it is a pleasure to introduce to you Ms. Nicole Celestine. Ms. Celestine is a past university lecturer and current software data engineer with 14 plus years of diverse experience in the information technology field. She utilizes design patterns, data science, system analysis and design, data analysis and data pipelines to build intensive data applications. Ms. Celestine is adept at architecture, analysis, design, development, implementation, maintenance, and support, and developing strategic methods for deploying data technologies to efficiently solve business processing requirements. Welcome.
So good day. And today I have Nicole Celestine with us. I'd like to introduce you again to Ms. Nicole Celestine, a software data engineer with 10 plus years of diverse experience in information technology field. According to the UN's director of ITU's Telecommunication Development Bureau, which leads the Global Girls in ICT Day campaign, empowering girls to choose a career in ICT is not just good for girls and their families. It can be a major accelerator of socioeconomic development at the national level. So without further ado, let's get into the interview. Nicole, again, thanks for joining us. So Nicole, can you tell us what you do at Nutrien?
Okay, hi, Josanne. Thank you for having me. At Nutrien, I would say that my job is really focused on business process transformation and continuous improvement using software engineering. I look at processes we have right now at the company, and I use technology to improve that, to save the company time, money, gather more data from the process that we would have had before. So in a nutshell, that is what I do, in addition to providing some support for the applications as well as some training, but that's it in a nutshell.
Oh, great. And I can say that you actually help solve a lot of our problems with your technology improvements.
Thank you.
Why did you pursue a career in technology?
Oh, that was easy. I remember at age 8, 9, my father came home. He brought 2 laptops for me, and he just showed me how to use it. Gave me some floppy disks. Yes, floppy disks. For those of you who do not know what that is, you can Google it, right? He gave me some floppy disks, showed me how to start it up. I think I got some games and I made this beacon tutorial to learn how to type. So at age 8, 9, I was already using computers. So that's my first introduction to it. Obviously, if you give an 8-year-old or a 9-year-old 2 laptops, it's not going to last very long, right? So,
sure.
So, you know, after that, I eventually got another computer. So I had computers for most of my teenage years. And it's through that use of computers, I even started a business while I was in secondary school, doing stuff on a computer, right? It was an easy decision for me after. So after I finished secondary school, I already knew what I wanted to do. And after having done all the courses in the bachelor's degree, there were only a few courses that I could say they were really worth sacrificing sleep for, and that was more the databases, computer programming courses. So I knew that that was my love and that was my passion. You know, that was the thing that would keep me up at night, and I would wake up in the morning wanting to attend to that firstly. So that was an easy decision for me.
Great. Have you faced any challenges as a woman in technology?
I wouldn't say necessarily as a woman. I say in general, we all face challenges, right? Obviously, there are more challenges a woman would face, but overall, we face challenges as human beings. And it's not so much about the challenge itself, but it's what it's meant to change within us. You know, how are we supposed to grow and learn from it? Obviously, as I said, there are challenges you may not necessarily find a man experiencing in the office versus a woman, but I don't try to look at it as gender specific. At the end of the day, it's supposed to teach me something. I'm supposed to learn something from it, and that is what is most important for me.
Understood. How do you balance being a mother and a career-oriented woman?
Well, I think balance sort of indicates that it's even, or there's some sort of equilibrium. But that doesn't happen. Firstly, I say as a woman, we can't have it all, but we can't necessarily be the best at all of it all the time. So there has to be some compromise, a bit of give and take. So for instance, at the end of 2020, I said, 2021, I'm going to really focus on my daughter's education, because in 2022, early 2020, I needed to get her into a primary school to start in September. So the focus was more her education, and your reading was important, and your basic arithmetic was important, colors, that type of thing. So that was my focus for 2021. And it paid off. I mean, she's actually one of the valedictorians for her preschool. So, it's when you see that you make that sort of compromise as a parent and it pays off, it's really worth it. And it kind of reminds you that you're making the right decisions.
So congrats to baby girl on winning valedictorian. And I could totally agree with you, because being a mother myself, I totally understand when you said you can't be the best at everything all the time.
Yes.
So I totally agree with that answer, Nikhil. Do you ever struggle with confidence though?
I won't say struggle. Obviously, there are times I will not feel as confident as I would like to. But if I realize it's something intellectual or something that I can do something about, well, then I address it. If it's something physical, well, we all know there's only so much we can do. And then you say the serenity prayer and accept the things you cannot change.
Agreed. And I think you semi-answered my other question already, because it's how have you built confidence and or resiliency over the course of your career?
Well, I would definitely say education is important. Reading is important, and audiobooks are reading. For those busy mothers and busy people, we can listen to the audiobooks on the way to work, on the way home, so I listen to a lot of audiobooks. Education, again, is really important. And you have to do things that are considered success habits, take note of your goals, do things to build discipline, even things like practicing gratitude, and always go the extra mile. These things are really good to help you build confidence.
Agreed. I totally agree with you there with those audiobooks, most definitely. Do you have anything to say to girls who are interested in technology?
I have so much to say, but I would simply tell them to be yourself and be the change that you want to see in the world. Early in my career, I felt as if I needed to hide that feminine side of myself to be taken seriously. I shouldn't dress too feminine. I shouldn't do certain things that a woman really enjoys. And you shouldn't have to sacrifice your uniqueness or your softness or that side of you that could really add some significant value to a team, to try to fit in or try to look like everyone else. Embrace who you are and always use your uniqueness as a strength.
Agreed. Who was or is your role model and or mentor?
Okay, so I think for every child, the first set of role models, we have our parents. So for me, it was definitely my mother and my father. My mother is that person who can stick to a routine. I would observe her in the morning getting ready for work. At this time, it would be this, at that time. She is one of those, and she's driving out of that car park every time, same time, every single day. My father, he was more the one to tell you stories about things that would happen on work. So his background is outside plant construction and maintenance. And in Nutrien, we know about outside plant maintenance, right? So some of the stories he has given me in his career, I see it in Nutrien sometimes, even stories about things like overtime and things that may happen on the plant and how we approach reliability. Those things I see in Nutrien. So I love how he mentored me without knowing through that storytelling. And what I can say as a non-family, I have mentors who don't know that they're my mentors. So People like Napoleon Hill. I was introduced to Napoleon Hill in my early 20s. Think and Grow Rich, one of the best self-help books ever written. I will tell anyone to go get it. I listened to Earl Nightingale, Jim Rohn, Les Brown. Les Brown is comedian, motivational speaker, preacher, all in one, you know, so you can get a good laugh out of that. And Steve Harvey. These are people who mentor me when I'm doing chores around the house, when I'm sometimes exercising, because if you're busy and you're a mother, you play different roles. You only have so much time, so you have to use it wisely. And not all the time you'll be able to go out there and get a mentor and maintain that relationship. So you do what you can. You take mentoring in ways that you can. You may not be able to ask these people back questions, but somehow when there's a burning desire to know something, the information finds you. It just happens.
Agreed. I also like Florence Scovelsham, The Game of Life, and how to play it as well. Yes, that's a good one. What advice would you give your 20-year-old self?
I will tell that young lady to let your conscience be your guide. I truly believe that, you know, your conscience is one of those ways that God speaks to you. And you need to listen to it, and you need to do what it tells you to do. It's really guiding you. And, you know, I don't regret anything in life, but what I would say is that there have been some, what I would call crossroads, that if I had listened to my conscience, I would have had more favorable outcomes. Maybe I would have missed a lesson, I don't know, but I could definitely tell you if I had listened to my conscience a bit more, I could have avoided some errors in my younger days.
Agreed. Do you feel that you've had to work harder than your male colleagues?
I wouldn't say that at all. The thing is, I've been fortunate enough to be on a team where we all go the extra mile. Even, you know, when the pandemic started and we were asked to prepare employees to work from home, listen, we just hit the ground running. So I'm fortunate to be on a team with people who are willing to go the extra mile without consideration for anything. And the good thing is that we all have strengths. We all have our own specialization. So we all bring something unique to the team. You know, unfortunately for me, during the pandemic, I was working from home. They were all able to be out there, right? So does it mean that I am working less than them? I said, no, I don't have to commute. So I have to say, okay, if I don't have to commute, that's some extra time. I have to use that as a strength and say, okay, I'm going to use that time to add value. So it's just knowing where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are, and to play on your strengths so that your weaknesses aren't even considered, you know? So it's not necessarily that anybody works harder. But I would tell you this though, early in my career, I used to tell myself that I needed to, because of some of the things that were said about women, you know, like we're always late for work because we were dropping off the kids. We take more leave because we have to stay with the kids. And that played on me. And, you know, subconsciously, I felt that I needed to work harder than men. But that's not necessarily the case. You know, you have a job to do, you add value in your unique way. And you just say, okay, these are the challenges I have now. And you speak to your manager about it. And hopefully you have someone who's willing to work with you to help you with those challenges.
Agreed. Thank you. So what is the best professional advice you've received and from whom?
So that would be when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. And that was when I was an administrative assistant to a vice president of capital projects. I can't remember how he ended up giving me that piece of advice. But that isn't so much just professional advice to me, it's personal and professional because I use it in all areas. Usually when things happen to us, we kind of turn inwardly and it's all about me. It's never about maybe the other person who did it. It's never about, you know, what am I supposed to learn here? And when you change that perspective and you start to ask yourself different questions, okay, what would cause that person to do what they do? It's not always what people do, it's why they do it. And when you start to ask those questions, you start to learn more about the person who's doing it. And you realize, okay, maybe it isn't as bad as I thought as I initially thought it was. So changing perspective helps a lot. It also helps you with relationships, you know, and I think if you want to be an exceptional leader, you have to have a broad perspective on things. You have to be able, your focus has to be building relationships. And by changing your perspective, it will help you to do so.
Great. And what professional achievements are you most proud of?
Oh, I would have to say my most recent, and that would be the Our World Award from Nutrient. And for me, you know, one of the reasons why this meant so much for me is because 2021, as I mentioned earlier, was really about my daughter's education. And to go through this pandemic, I mean, for 2 years, I live alone with my daughter. She was 3 when it started. So to be able to go through that period, managing online school, which was no easy task with a 3-year-old, and to be able to deliver. And for 2021 to be a year where I said, okay, I'm going to give my daughter's education a bit more priority. And to have my employer say, job well done, Nicole. And to acknowledge me in this way, it really cemented the fact that I made the right decision and that maybe I was balancing things in the best way possible. Because my daughter, you know, she ended up getting something out of it and I ended up getting something out of it. So it made me feel like the sacrifices and the challenges that I went through during this pandemic, which I will tell anyone was probably the hardest experience of my life, it was worth it.
Most definitely. And for those that don't know, our World Awards are one of Nutrien's most prestigious awards. So again, congrats, Nicole, on that award. And girls, I hope that this was very inspiring for you because it was for me. And remember to always be yourself, give your best, and let your conscience be your guide. So thanks again, Nicole.
Thank you, Jazan.
Now I have the pleasure to introduce to you, good afternoon, everybody, no more than, you know, a person who is a woman as well. And I have the honor of introducing to you Ms. Cyan Sylvester. Ms. Cyan is a digital product manager from Trinidad and Tobago, analyzing business operations and adapting technology to create integrated solutions that encourage long-term business growth. A certified anti-money laundering expert, Cyan translates learnings from internal audit, creating efficient systems, managing foreseeable risks, and building robust anti-financial crime systems and processes. Now she applies these skills to documenting, reporting, and auditing the digital product lifestyle, working with developers, designers, and product stakeholders to create effective solutions. Her day-to-day consists of managing the product's development and user experience at OnQ for Business. Most recently, Cyan joined as product manager for the OnQ Studio, an award-winning agency that merges strategy, design, and development to create bespoke technique solutions for the Caribbean. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. How is everyone? Are you guys hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Okay, perfect. So today I want to talk to you guys about creating your own path in tech. Personally, I had a really unorthodox way of reaching to my role as product manager, and it actually started from secondary school. Of course, everyone knows that in Form 3 and Form 6, you're meant to choose subjects, and those subjects prepare you for what we would say is your career path. And because I chose subjects that weren't in line specifically for tech, I kind of feel as though I fell into it. But when I look back, I didn't actually fall into it. I use my skills today in my roles, and those skills that I currently use were built up over time, over the things that I had done. So I think today I'm gonna go through with Ms. Gongora a few questions on how you can find your way in tech without being in tech. And also, if you are in tech and you don't know your role, how you can possibly get there. So I hope you guys take something from this discussion with Ms. Gongora and I. And Ms. Gongora, I'll let you begin.
Ms. Sylvester, could you repeat that?
Oh, Ms. Gongora. And I are having a discussion on creating your path in tech. And I think she had a few questions to me on that. So I'm just waiting for her to get started.
Sure. And can you enlighten us as to how your career has, has made you aware of the things that you are capable of doing?
Of course. So I actually started in secondary school. I did information technology. When I was going into Form 6, I did IT and computer science, and honestly, not doing computer science before was really intimidating, mainly because I don't think I understood how different they really were. So by the time I finished, I was like, oh my gosh, I made it through. Thank God. But I was completely wanting out of it. I didn't want to continue. I then did an accounting and finance degree, and I went into internal audit. Now, what I didn't know that I now know is that the things that I learned in internal audit, which would be looking at systems and identifying the gaps in those systems, creating the tools that these companies would use to address the risks that we saw, all these different things I now apply in my role as product manager. And as a product manager, what I am really responsible for is how users interact with our product. And I take the learnings from internal audit and I kind of figure out what is the flow that our user is going to go through. And that's similar to how I used to audit systems, with what is the flow that this company is going through. And because I have so much general knowledge, I'm able to see a different perspective than someone who is a developer coding in the background, or a designer who may be designing for a specific thing. I really apply my problem solving skills. So if I see a problem, I kind of get to the root of it and see how it can be addressed with technology.
How would you encourage someone who is, wanting to join a field like this? Sometimes they feel like if the place that they're in does not provide that background for them, what word of advice do you have for them?
I think it starts with you. So me personally getting into tech, why I think it's just by chance is because I would see something I feel as though it's a problem. And I would be like, how can I solve this problem that I am currently experiencing? And getting into rooms with people who think like you really helps you to have that team that you need to bring your idea to life. So you may be good at writing, but you have no idea about code. But you may know someone that codes, and you guys can team up and do that. It doesn't have to necessarily come from school. There's the internet. There are different programs that you can enter. Actually, right now, UE has an open program for people that just want to come and learn how to code. So for 3 weeks, you can just sign up and learn that. It doesn't necessarily, learning isn't specific to school, but everyday life. And once you continue applying and wanting to learn and just being curious, you'd be able to solve the problems that you encounter firstly and that you see happening. So one of the first problems that I actually solved, my friends and I were lying a night, and we're like, how do we get into this art gallery? Or how do we get into this restaurant? And you always have to call, and you always have to know a committee member to get into somewhere if it's not an open thing. So we said, we want to build something. We want to build a way where there's a database that people can just go to sign up and get access to that. Because if you live far, if you live in another region, you'd have no idea what the local activities or discoveries are. So we built a platform called Where the Pump. It's kind of hard to say. It's Where the Pump, but with a D in the middle. And this platform just helps people be able to see all the events, all the new food discoveries in Trinidad and Tobago, and people were able to list themselves to go into that. And it was just really bringing access to people that may not have had it before. So I would encourage anyone to solve problems that you experience or things that you think should exist. And from there, you'd really find purpose in what you're doing, and it would take you a long way.
Indeed, right? It's very, challenging, and some of us feel scared of, starting something that it's not familiar to us. But thank you for this wonderful opportunity. I know there is a lot more that you can share with us. It's, important information, and it would be great, to hear about certain aspects of the challenges that you have been through. And it's great having you here. Thank you so much. Maybe you can just give us a word that will encourage our principals or our leaders to to have these programs embedded in our curriculum. So
yeah, I think this question is really important because of where we're going right now. So if you look outside of the region, like tech is really far along and adoption within the region is not as high. And that comes from the education and the understanding of what technology is really supposed to do. So we use technology as tools to solve problems that we have, but what people tend to think is that technology is there serving itself. So for instance, you may go on Instagram and you think that Instagram is only showing you a bunch of ads, but what are you taking from the technology? And I think it's important that we educate our people, our young talent, on how technology works, how it is meant to work. Because if you think of in the future AI, augmented reality, they're not going to be the typical human jobs that currently exist. And we're all going to need to learn how to adapt our skills to work with technology and to create more efficient systems, or else we'll really get left behind. So I think when we think about where technology is and where it's going, we really have to ensure that our young talent understands and uses it, because then when the world has gone there, it's going to be difficult for them to actually operate in the real world. So that's why I think it should be included in the curriculum for sure.
thank you so much. And now we appreciate everything that you have shared with us, valuable information. Thank you. And now I pass on the mic to our next presenter.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
Ms. Danielle, you can go ahead.
Well, welcome again to an exciting engagement, and everyone on this platform is certainly blessed to be here today, as every minute for the next few minutes count with the most important and special presenters for today. We have with us our hosts, our facilitators, Mr. Stephen Jackman, who is the president of CAPS. And also, for those who do not know what CAPS stands for now, you certainly have not been in the loop. Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools is the most savvy association on top of everything. And so our president, who is also the president of the Barbados Association of Principals of Public Secondary Schools, will do justice to his knowledge of CAPS and introduce us to the Caribbean Association and its entire presence in the Caribbean with ICT. Mr. Jackman is a firm believer in continuous learning and lives by his very clear philosophy that undergirds his practice, that is his belief that every child can learn and that the children under his charge as principal, as an educator, must be able to look back and say that the teachers gave them what they needed to make it. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm certain it's something great. He enjoys cricket, he enjoys basketball, and of course, any book by James Patterson. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, take a bow, Mr. Jackman, one of our presenters today, Mr. Jackman. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Marva. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen across the Caribbean. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, let me say it is a pleasure over the last 4 years or so for CAPS to be involved with RSC and to be involved in Girls in ICT and later on the Girls Hackathon. We believe that every opportunity for students to learn must be explored, must be given light, and that is why we have partnered with RSC in this very important thing, Girls in ICT. We like the numbers that we've seen today. We've seen rooms with over 1,000 people at any point in time, and we are happy that students are signing on to get insight into this wonderful world of information communications technology, to understand the careers that exist, to understand the heights that they can reach, and to see that it's for everyone. There is nobody who can be left behind. You don't all have to be programmers. The users are just as important as the programmers. As the interview I had with Dr. Green, those people who take the data, analyze it, and use it for marketing, use it for solving problems are just as important as the people who write the algorithms that collect that data. So that's the first thing. CAPS. CAPS is an association of principals across the Caribbean. Our first and foremost thought is the professional development of our principals, which will lead to the improvement of our schools and our education systems. You would have heard that I believe in lifelong learning, and I believe that everybody can learn. So our principals don't stop learning, and CAPS is an avenue for that learning to continue. Usually the focal point of that learning is the CAPS conference, which takes place biannually. And the next conference will be scheduled for Barbados in July 2023. So just let me get that out there. We expect to see all you principals in Barbados, and you can bring along some of your students so that they can have a wonderful time. But over the last, since probably the Dominican conference in 2017, CAPS has also moved to become a full-fledged, continuous learning organization. We have been registered as a nonprofit organization in Trinidad, and it is our intention to continue to provide opportunities for our members to learn and to continue to serve the communities that we live in. We don't like COVID. We would like COVID to go away, but one of the things that COVID has done for CAPS is that it has created for us the opportunity to create a digital presence with what we call Thoughtful Thursdays. And in Thoughtful Thursdays, principals and other persons develop, introduce, and speak on topics on Thursday nights of interest to Caribbean education. We've had people like innovators, we've had small businessmen, we've had students, we've had education officers, we've had education ministers. We give everybody the opportunity to come and share with where we think education should be, and we are growing the knowledge of education in the Caribbean and the practice of education, starting at the very top with the principals. So Marva, does that tell you what CAPS is?
Well, it certainly does, Mr. Jackman, but I am sure that the girls in ICT would want to know too how much effort has been placed by the various stakeholders, especially our partners, RSC, and how much we can commend them for being so instrumental in such an important activity.
There's not enough that can be said about Raj Ramdas and RSC and the work that they have done to make Girls in ICT and Girls Hackathon a reality. Blood, sweat, and tears, and Raj has been able to pull along principals from across the region. It was a pleasure to see that we had presenters from almost every territory this afternoon, all through the day, that we had principals from across the Caribbean taking part. It's a national holiday in Barbados and I'm here, so that should tell you something. But this was important. And like Raj, we see the importance of this, the future of our students, both male and female, because we've been very careful to say that while it's girls in ICT, it's also the boys who support them, who give them a helping hand, who compete with them and make them better. Because the competition between the genders often improves the whole learning process. So yes, you young people, Raj and RSC have, Mr. Ramdas and RSC has made this very important. He has put in blood, sweat, and tears of equal importance, and CAPS continues to support are his tech clubs across the region. And I must say that many of the regions growing out of the introduction of the tech clubs have now gone to the creation of coding and robotics syllabi for their schools and are pushing the idea of coding and robotics as a means of learning and employment in the next 50 years. Between now and the next 50 years, that will be what drives our economy, the ability to be involved in the technical space. And programs like Girls in ICT and Girls Hackathon help you all get ready to be part of that digital world and that digital economy.
One aspect of our engagements, which of course cannot be diluted as being so important, is our own very the importance of us as leaders to ourselves be open to training. And because of our engagements with CAPS, I am certain that principals would agree with me across the region that CAPS has afforded us principals the learning space and opportunities to add, to upskill, to upgrade. And I would like to know if you could share some of the experiences that you yourself, Mr. Jackman, has had through CAPS's engagements with principals, through RSC again, making us more digitally savvy, more emotionally intelligent. Can you share some of these experiences with our viewers?
Well, coming out of the preparations for the last CAPS conference, and we have to thank the last was Trinidad, we got the Thoughtful Thursdays. We've been able to use Thoughtful Thursdays to explore all sorts of topics. And at the last conference, RSC was able to create for us a digital world where we held our conference in a virtual world. One of the things that came out in that virtual world was the principal's interest in ICT, in computer security. And during the month of February in the Thoughtful Thursdays, Raj again put on clinics for all the principals in the area of cybersecurity. Now, I thought I knew about cybersecurity until we had that session. And then I realized that the so-called difficult passwords that I was constructing could be deconstructed in 5 seconds or less. So, and it has been interesting to work with Raj in that type of capacity as we seek topics and we seek training opportunities for our principals. We are looking to get our numbers up so that we can partner with the tech companies to provide even greater training for our principals and for our teachers. Because if we are to assist our students who are moving into this digital age, we at least have to understand the difference between a byte and a kilobyte and all these other things. And very often, the thing, like I tell people, I switched schools and got into leadership around the time that Barbados first went into technology in schools. And I was dragged kicking and screaming, as I say, into the 21st century. But if you come into my office on any given day, there are at least 3 devices going on my desk as I try to keep up with my students and with the people around me.
Miss, you have to unmute, please.
Marva, you're muted.
Marva, Daniel,
you're muted.
Daniel.
Thank you so much. And your presentation certainly re-emphasizes the need for us to embrace continuous learning, not just as children, but also as adults. And so we saw that through CAPS's engagements with us around the Thoughtful Thursdays, and we continue to see this even after and beyond and in between as we continue to use RSC as our primary learning institution. So thank you so much, Mr. Jackman, and I'm certain that we will hear a lot more from you in the coming months.
Yes, you will. And thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Good afternoon to everybody. And it is so encouraging to see so many participants at this year's Caribbean Girls in ICT, and of course the boys who support them. We are elated that we could have with us young people who are themselves embracing ICT, technology, and encouraging others to do the same. One of our presenters today is none other than Ashriel Bernabe. She is the daughter of Francine Bernabe, and only at 10 years old, one sees her loving technology, embracing technology, and the environment in which it thrives. She currently attends Warren Primary School, and Ashriel embraced the change to online schooling during the pandemic very beautifully. She's quick to assist persons who may have challenges on their devices. Ashriel battles between her career choices of establishing a school, becoming a teacher and principal, a farmer, or an astronaut. Somebody said earlier, well, Ashriel, you can become a farmer astronaut. And I'm sure that that's an interesting field. She's currently preparing for her ABRSM grade 6 music theory and grade 5 piano practical exams. So we wish you very well in these endeavors. In her spare time, she reads, which is beautiful. Young people are often told that they should read more. So it is really encouraging to meet a young lady who loves to read. She tries to build websites and apps and uses recycled materials to make new items. She will be sitting her secondary school entrance examination this year. And of course, we wish you all the best, which is the best. Her school choices were principally based on those that have French, voila, very good, coding, and or robotics as part of their curriculum. Well, Ashriel, you should move to Castries Comprehensive, which is my school in St. Lucia. Welcome, Ashriel.
Hi.
And how are you today?
I'm good.
Well, today is your day, Ashriel. It's not just Caribbean girls in ICT, it's the whole world embracing girls in ICT. So you are celebrated today. Just based on your bio, you are well on your way to being a technology guru. Don't you agree?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So tell us about yourself and your engagements, Ashriel.
Okay, with what you said already, there's not much left to say about me, except that I am a kind, caring, and compassionate person.
Okay, so if you are, then you would know about the struggles and the challenges that your colleagues and other persons have been experiencing over the past few years, especially now with the pandemic. What are some of the challenges you've observed and, of course, that you have been able to assist other people with?
I've observed that people have been having challenges studying and getting good grades in schoolwork. So I have helped them by going over work with them and revising with them.
This is exceptionally well done. And so I noticed also that you are preparing for examinations in other fields of endeavor, such as music, and you play the piano. Is this correct? What are your favorite pieces of music? What are your genres?
Well, I have many different favorite pieces, but I guess my favorites would be pieces with staccatos.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, is this your first Girls in ICT experience?
Yes.
And how do you find it?
I find it very exciting.
Have you been able to meet other girls such as yourself on this platform?
I have.
And what was this experience? Tell us about this experience.
Well, I was attending a class online and I met some girls who, such as myself, who would like to code and do things in relation to technology.
Oh, excellent. And if we were to ask you, Ashriel, even at 10 years, what more can RSC do to make Caribbean girls in ICT even more exciting?
Well, it's already very exciting as it is, but I guess they could add more subjects and more platforms.
More subjects and more platforms. Excellent. And do you think it was wise of us to add the boys who support girls in ICT?
Yes.
Oh, why do you think so?
I think so because really girls need to know that they're appreciated.
Yes. And do you feel appreciated?
Yes.
And of course, if you are and you're sharing those gifts and talents that you've been blessed with, I'm certain that you have, you said generally the things that you've done for other persons, but can you give us an interesting experience you've had where you helped somebody and how it made you feel?
Well, I really have to think about that because I can't really recall every single thing that I've done.
That's okay. That's all right. Yes, but
I guess it would refer back to what I said about tutoring people. There were pupils in my class who would have been getting the lowest marks, and I would have been helping them while having fun at the same time, because I would have been creating lots of different things, and I really felt happy.
Wow. And that's it. When we bless others, we feel blessed. And I'm happy to know that you've been able to. And my last question, what do you think is the most challenging aspect of information technology? What is it you think or you feel is your biggest challenge as somebody who's been exposed to technology?
I feel that my biggest challenge would probably be with coding in different platforms, because I feel like it would be easier to just type JavaScript and instead of having to use blocks and not being able to find the blocks that you would need.
Okay. Now, I notice your career choices are so wide. You want to be a teacher, you want to be a farmer, you want to be a principal, which of course is aligned to teaching, but you also want to be an astronaut. Why astronaut?
Originally, I wanted to be an astronaut because I learned about the solar system, and I was wondering what it would be like in space. So yeah.
So that's what interested you.
Yeah.
But then you also wanted to design, or of course to be innovative in preparing new items using recycled materials. Have you ever done this before?
Yes.
Can you tell us about any of your inventions?
Okay, so out of a Listerine bottle, I would have made a bodybuilder.
Oh, wow.
And
so do you have this on a website so we could see?
No.
Not yet. So you should get Mr. Raj to help you, RSC to help you build your website. So all your inventions can be posted there with, of course, patented, properties. So nobody steals your ideas. Do you know you can do that? And
I
earn a
actually
lot of
didn't.
money? Pardon?
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't? Well, Ashriel, you could be so famous, because I'm certain that from the little that I've heard about you and seen from your reactions, you are destined for greatness.
Thank you.
So take advantage of all the people and the resources around you and start collating all of these brilliant ideas that you can share with the whole world to see how brilliant you are. Okay?
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to share with us, or ensure that we don't leave here not knowing?
Well, there's one last thing I would like to say, and that is how I became interested in helping the environment. It started at my school when we were learning about global warming and climate change. And after we got our notes, I was reading through them, and I decided to do some research. And on my research, I found out a lot of interesting facts related to global warming and climate change. And I decided that I don't want the world to end up with the effects of climate change. So I decided to try to help.
Excellent. And with that, you will obtain all the top scores at your upcoming exams. I am certain of that. Very articulate, very welcoming and well-spoken. And of course, Ashriel, I know that you will do very well. So thank you again for being one of our presenters, telling us about your experience in technology and its environment. And of course, it gave us an opportunity to see a very young person who already has her goals well aligned and knows exactly what she wants. Yes, am I right? And with the support of your mom, Francine, I am certain that you will get the support that you need. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. and keep connected with our programs especially for girls in ICT, and ensure that if you have any questions to your principal, you could post these and present these to her, and she will of course allow us to know how else we can be of assistance to young girls in Barbados, in the Caribbean, and if possibly the whole world. Don't you agree?
I agree.
Yes, we can do it together. So Linus, I think we have reached a very beautiful end. It was awesome hearing from Ashria. And as we go back to the main room, I wish you all the best and hope to meet you one day. As I said earlier, you could actually migrate to St. Lucia and attend my school. Would you like that?
I would.
Have you been to St. Lucia?
I have.
Oh, you have? Excellent. And you would. Very good.
So Marva has just recruited a new student there.
Yes, I have.
Very well done. I realized that, Marva. I realized that. Well done, Ashria. Thank you for sharing with us.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. And thank you, Marva.
Hey, Mr. Jackman said no poaching. Yes.
So it's my duty, my responsibility now to just close off our event, which has been just marvelous. And so I take this opportunity to give thanks. And giving thanks is such an important task. It is something that we must do, because with that attitude of gratitude, we are going to be able to achieve everything that we need to achieve in life. And so I begin. The time has come to give thanks, to express our heartfelt gratitude to all who made this event possible, and especially for the huge success that I know that it was. Our theme, access and safety, was well chosen, as it brought to the fore a number of ideas and areas that we could discuss. To Mr. Raj Ramdas, he knows that I call him the magician. To Mr. Raj Ramdas, his sterling slate of directors, and his truly amazing tech support team. Keep bringing your vision into reality as you transform the way in which the education system treats with technology and innovation. To the Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools, ably led by Mr. Stephen Jackman of Barbados. Today, you allowed our participants to get a glimpse of what could be achieved with true Caribbean unity and connection. So thank you, sir. All the moderators from the various territories, the Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Lucia, Grenada, you worked as a cohesive unit and almost seamlessly to create an experience that our participants would never forget. Thanks to every organization and individual that took the opportunity to be a part of this event. You have reached out to our youth in ways that would impact their lives for a lifetime. Finally, and of course, saving the best for last, thanks to you, the participants, our girls in ICT, and our boys who support them, the parents, the teachers who are here with us. Thanks for spending this day learning and exploring new avenues to discover and hone your talents. I leave you with the words of one of my favorite quotations. It says, education is not the filling of a pail, but the lighting of a fire. Today's event lit the fire. It is now up to you to keep it burning. I wish you all the best and a good evening. Thank you.